Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Thousand Oaks Planning Commission to order. Please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Alexander? Here. Commissioner McMahon?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Pletcher?
Here.
Chair Newman?
Here. Now is the time for public comment. I do not have any public comment cards, but I see Mr. Kitway approaching the recording secretary. So we have one walk-in public comment. Mr. Kitway, on your card you marked for item 6A. Do you have a public comment, or is this for item 6A? Public comment. For the record, please state your name and city of residence. You have 5 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Park. Newbury Park. Still not working?
You're good.
Can you hear me?
It's good now.
It's good now?
Bad. My bad. Please begin.
Welcome, new commissioner. Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park. Same as commissioner, but in the poor part of Newbury Park. Just kidding. Director of Concerned Citizens. What? Red light already? I'm not wanted. I know that. That's not surprised.
Please continue. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh. I hope not. That you're probably going to go to this system, which costs, any commissioner knows, $241,000 is the base price for this little thing, and iPads and everything else. Pocket change for the city. We live in a land of sheep, you know. Other countries, I mean, they throw stones and etc. It's really bad. But over here, you can waste the taxpayers' money and nobody cares because the entertainment is so good at home. I mean, instead of these little things, we have 60-inch TVs, and people are watching the Dodgers or watching the circus of the candidates last night. It's just opiate. Talking about opiates, I mean, one of the things that is missing is, I mean, you think that there's no business in the city left anymore because it's had built out. For 15 years, at every planning commission meeting, there was a hard copy of the future development activity report. It is still hidden. It's ridiculous. It's how much? 20 pages. To be fair to the city, a lot of the projects, government business, they are repeated several times. But there's a lot of activity going on in the city still. And one of the reasons you folks are not busy is, I mean, we had Silver Star, correction, the new Thousand Oaks Lexus open up over the counter. What is also going to happen is that the old Lexus is going to be demolished without any input from you folks. And then what I discover in the development activity report, that the Hornburg Jaguar dealership is going to be demolished and be redone. But who needs a planning commission approval? There's a specific plan for the auto mall that bypasses everything. So I mean, why don't you bypass everything and get rid of the planning commission? I mean, why have the facade and have people come in for small, addition to their home, and you have to come here and pay $2,400 or $1,400 fees plus an attorney or somebody to represent you. Very sad. I don't think I need to take up all the time. There's a lot of people waiting over here too. There was no parking in the front. That one of the reasons I barely made it is because I thought maybe there was something happening in the theater, but the parking lot is full, and there's a lot of people over here too regarding the two projects. So go on with the show. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. We move now to written comments, announcements, and continuances. Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Tonight, the Planning Commission will find a supplemental packet with additional correspondences we've received since the packet went out. These correspondences all pertain to case 6A tonight. And that's it.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move to our first case this evening.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Nichols.
Mr. Shepherd received an email this afternoon with supplemental packet. Was there anything printed for the supplemental packet?
Yes, you all received the supplemental. Oh. You have extra copies. Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody else receive? No? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Do you want a hard copy?
If there are additional hard copies, if
Okay.
you can distribute those to the commissioners, please. I read one online this afternoon, but thank you. All right, thank you for that. And now if the recording secretary will please call our first case, case 6A.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case DP 2016-70212, OTP 2016-70213, SUP 2016-70214, and parcel map waiver 2016-70216. Applicant, Conejo Recreation and Park District. Request to allow construction of Sapwe Trails Community Park, including recreational parking and landscaping improvements, removal of one oak tree, installation of traffic signals and street improvements, 4 monument signs, and merger of 11 lots into one lot of record. Location, 2110 and 2080 Herbs Road, 2205 North Westlake Boulevard, 2612 East Avenida de los Arboles.
Thank you. And for the city this evening, we have Ms. Leopold and Mr. Innes, the Oak Tree consultant. Ms. Leopold for planning, are you presenting this evening?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Chair Newman and members of the commission, for consideration this evening is the construction of Sapwe Trails Community Park. The request is to construct the park, remove one off-site oak tree, which is located in the median of Westlake Boulevard, install 4 monument signs for park identification purposes, and to merge 11 lots, which are contiguous, into one lot of record. This vicinity map shows the location of the park, and the aerial shows a little bit better location. It's a 145-acre site, and it's located east of Herbs Road, south of East Avenida de los Arboles, west of Westlake Boulevard, and north of open space. This photo shows a typical trail roadway area that's existing in the park area. The background for this project is that the role of the Park District approve the park design and approve the environmental analysis. With regard to the city's role, it's to review the park design for compliance with city development standards and policies. Also to consider issues that may affect the surrounding community, including street improvements, grading, access, parking, landscaping, the hours of operation, and Oak Tree impacts and signage. It's also to consider the environmental analysis as a lead agency, or as a responsible agency, I'm sorry, and to act on required entitlements. As I mentioned, the park site is a 145-acre area. The proposed improvements will be on 17 acres, which is only 12% of the park area. There'll be passive and semi-passive improvements, and it's only open during daylight hours from dusk to dawn. There'll be minimal security lighting at the restrooms and minimal grading, and we will make sure that they utilize existing graded areas. There's an import of 426 cubic yards of material, which will constitute about 31 trucks worth of import at 14 cubic yards per truck. The development permit, the principal improvements are hiking trails, cross-country trails, parking areas. There's three main parking areas, neighborhood park, disc golf course, a bike BMX park, and a non-motorized glider area. As part of the development permit, there are signals, traffic signals for safe access to the park that are proposed at Avenida de los Arboles at Kensington Avenue and at Westlake Boulevard at Rainfield Avenue. This is an overall site plan of the park. As you can see, on the far west is Herbs Road, and there's a parking lot associated with that neighborhood park area. The disc golf will be along the northern boundary, and at Avenida de los Arboles, there will be a small parking area also. With regard to the bike park, it's sort of north central area, and the Westlake Boulevard entrance will be at Rainfield, which will be signalized. The non-motorized glider area will be located in this particular vicinity. And then the other area, which is mainly for parking, will be over on a lower terrace on the north side. This is a sort of a close-up view site plan of the neighborhood park area, which is, you can see Herbs Road and then Scenic Park Drive. This will be the access to the parking improvements. And there is a small area here for children's play area. There'll be approximately 34 parking spaces created for this area. This is a photo looking southeast of the neighborhood park site, which is I just referred to previously. This particular parking area is located off of Avenida de los Arboles. And this darker area is a retaining wall, which is approximately 5.5 feet high. But this park will have approximately 23 parking spaces. This slide shows the entrance to the parking area, which I just described, and the driveway will be cut into this area between these trees. The Westlake Boulevard access has two parking areas, one at the lower parking area, which is on the north side. And essentially, this parking area will have approximately 62 parking spaces for vehicles. The Westlake Boulevard upper parking area, located on the south side, will be a gravel lot. This is the only gravel lot of all the parking areas. And this particular parking area will have approximately 80 parking spaces with 7 bus RV spaces. This slide shows the non-motorized glider area. As you can see, it's a pretty flat area. This is a typical shade structure that will be constructed with the park improvements, and the restroom structures, which will be throughout the park. The oak tree permit, there is one off-site coast live oak on Westlake Boulevard in the median that has to be removed for a new left turn lane into the park at the signal. And this tree will be replaced with 3 oak trees, 2 24-inch box and 1 36-inch box size oak. If possible, we will try and transplant the tree, but it does have some issues. This is the oak tree, which is located in the median that's scheduled for removal. With regard to the oak tree permit, there will be a meandering path inside the park area adjacent to Westlake Boulevard. It will connect Montecito Avenue, where the terminus of the sidewalk is, and also at the Hickory Knoll Court, there's a terminus of the sidewalk, and that'll connect into the trailhead. There will be new trail alignments that may encroach into the protected zones, but we are requiring that they avoid the drip line areas of the trees. This shows the access path along Westlake Boulevard. As I mentioned, there's the terminus of the sidewalk on Montecito Avenue, and the path will connect into the non-motorized glider area. With regard to the path on the south side, or north side rather, the path will connect with the terminus of the Montecito Knoll, or Hickory Knoll Court sidewalk, and it will continue over to the trailhead, the existing trailhead. The special use permit is to allow 4 monument signs, one 4x10 sign, it's rather a larger sign, at the southeast corner of Herbs Road and Scenic Park Street. There are 3 smaller signs, monument signs, 4 feet by 6 feet, which are identification and address signs. They'll be at the parking lot areas, Scenic Park Street, Avenida de los Arboles, and Westlake Boulevard and Rainfield Avenue intersection. This is an example of the park monument sign that will be located at Scenic Park and Herbs Road. And this is an identification sign that will be located near each of the 3 parking lot areas. The parcel map waiver is to merge 11 contiguous lots into 1 lot of record. They're all under one ownership, of course, and as I mentioned, the lots are contiguous. The environmental review, the city is the responsible agency under CEQA, and the Conejo Recreation and Park District is the lead agency for environmental review purposes. The mitigated negative declaration was adopted by CRPD Board of Directors on December 14th, 2014. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the development permit 2016-70212, Oak Tree permit 2012-70213. It should be 2016-70213, special use permit 2016-70214, and parcel map waiver 2016-70216, based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. John Ennis, our Oak Tree consultant, is also available for questions, as is Public Works staff.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leopold, for your presentation. We'll go to commissioner questions for staff now. Questions for staff. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions regarding oak trees. I'll leave it up to you who gets to answer. Perhaps Mr. Ennis first. How many native oak trees are there on the parcel total, if you have this memorized?
I don't know the answer to that. Possibly the applicant's oak tree consultant would know that.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if it was within the last year or so, driving up and down Herbs Road, I noticed there was some kind of general cleanup along Herbs Road across from the middle school. Some of the trees were being trimmed. Do you know if that was on the park property, or was that part of that adjacent residential property? Or do you, either of you, know at all?
The park property that was described as the neighborhood park area, that's where they did some recent deadwooding of oak trees and deadwooding and trimming of Peruvian peppers. So I suspect that that's what you're referring to.
Okay.
That was recently.
That was right along Herbs Road, correct?
They were set back a ways
Okay,
behind the dirt area along Herbs Road.
okay. And then lastly, I know the bicycle BMX area is generally conceptual in location, but it seems to be in a relatively flat area. Were there any anticipated impacts to oak trees with the proposed location there?
No, all of the, I'll call them soft improvements, are going to be adjusted so that they're outside the oak trees.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions for staff? I've got a few questions, but first a disclaimer. Just for full disclosure, our rules require us to recuse ourselves from cases where one of the commissioners lives within 500 feet of an application project. I live nearby. About 1,300 feet is the closest distance. So it's well above the boundary. I don't think it has any impact on my ability to make a fair discussion, but I did want to put out there that I am a neighbor of this project. With regard to drawings, and in the report, it's stated that there will be split rail fencing through the project. I wonder if any thought has been given to matching, if not the same material, and I understand there are reasons not to use the same material, but there are existing split rail fences across the street going from Arbalest all the way down to Hillcrest. So it's a very long, continuous split rail fence, of course, with a few intersections. I'm not saying let's use woodcrete, let's paint it the exact same color, but I wonder if consideration was given to having something similar across the street.
It's my understanding in conversations with the Park District that pressure-treated lumber will be used for the split rail fencing, which is a little more better for duration purposes. It'll last a little bit longer than the current fencing that's out there. It's easily replaceable.
It's better material, I understand. Is it considered to be aesthetically complementary to that very long line that's already there?
The answer to your question is yes. I would suggest you also talk with the Park District in their comments about the fencing.
Okay. Constituent question, someone asked me. There are existing trails used for hiking and for mountain biking on the property. In one case, going all the way from Herbs over to Westlake. Will those trails be preserved in this plan?
Again, that may be a question you want to ask of the CRPD. Some of the trails, yes, will be utilized. Others may be rerouted depending on their locations.
Okay. Just a clarification on page 9 of the report. This is referring to the upper parking lot. The report says that lot will be gravel, not pavement, not concrete or asphalt. The drawing, it's drawing A61, says that that lot will be paved. So I'm wondering which one is correct.
My understanding is that that lot, it serves the glider, non-motorized glider area. That will be the only gravel lot. All the other lots will be pervious paving. It could be that the drawings need to catch up with the current decision-making. But essentially, when we get to the final construction drawings, we will thoroughly check those and make sure the surface is correct.
Okay, but your understanding is that's a gravel lot. All right. A few questions about traffic with regard to the traffic light on Westlake Boulevard. And I'm happy to see our traffic consultant, Ms. Lowry, coming up to speak. The first question is there, perhaps I missed it, but has there been any study of the impact to traffic by putting a light on this part of Westlake Boulevard?
Yes, there was a traffic study done as part of the environmental document that looked at the impact, or the, I guess the word is impact, of constructing a traffic signal, and it is based on the speeds and volumes on Westlake Boulevard, the design of it. So we'll have appropriate stacking and transition in order to get to the left turn pocket to turn into it.
Well, speaking of transition, that's at nearly at the bottom of a very steep hill, as you know. It's about 9% grade. And cars come barreling down, supposedly at 50, often faster. I won't say that I'm often one of those drivers, but let's just say some drivers go down that hill quite a bit faster. What sort of calming or warning mechanisms will be in place to say, hey, there's a traffic light here?
Right. Well, we follow the Caltrans standards, and so there'll be advanced warnings, lights, and also signs telling them that there's a signal ahead, and there will be adequate sight distance in order to, as somebody comes around the curve there, in order to see the signal, and that if somebody then is in the left turn pocket, they would just be continuing straight.
Okay. And with regard to that left turn pocket, and with regard to the light, is the intent for the light to turn only when there's traffic in that left turn pocket, or is it intended as a traffic calming measure to go green, red, regardless of whether there are cars to turn or not?
It'll serve two purposes, not the third, to do traffic calming. One will be provide access for vehicles, and the other one will be for pedestrians. That way, people coming from the North Ranch area will come down Westlake Boulevard, go north, come down, and then they'll be able to activate the signal with the pedestrian crossing and crossover.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because the lights on other parts of that hill sometimes do change, even when there's no traffic. And I presume that's done deliberately, but you're saying here it's only
no,
to
none of our
accommodate-
signals. There's a signal over on Borchard that is a special signal, but none of the other signals in the city at all are set up for traffic calming. They'll be synchronized, so if you're going the speed limit, you won't hit a red if they're on that timing. I'm not saying the ones in Westlake are set up that way, but
right.
If you or anyone has problems with the timing of the signals, absolutely call the city, and we'll send our technicians out and look at it. Okay,
but the key point is the intent for this new traffic light is not to stop cars if there's no cross traffic, pedestrian or cars.
No.
It's only to change signal if there is cross traffic.
Yes, it's to assign the right of way, whose turn it is to turn at the intersection.
Right.
That's the only time.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Question, I think, for Mr. Innes. On the transplantation of the tree, in your opinion, what is the likelihood of that tree's survival once it's transplanted?
Let me back up a little bit on that, on answering that, and that it would be my preference that we install the 3 new oak trees in lieu of transplanting that tree. That tree is, I would say, kind of a toss-up on survivability. I have concerns over its leaning, and also it has a western sycamore borer that's in the tree. So I think we'd be better off getting 3 new trees.
I understand. So just to follow up on that, there's a condition 105, giving a 2-year period to follow up. But you're saying, I mean, even if that period were extended, it would still be a risky proposition, and you'd prefer to see 3 new trees planted instead?
That's correct.
All right. A question, I think, for Ms. Leopold, maybe Ms. Lowry. On page 20, condition 30, this is becoming a standard question with all large-scale projects. This is regarding construction parking. I don't think the condition 30 is currently worded to require parking of, not only of construction, on-site parking, not only of construction equipment, but also construction workers' vehicles during work hours. Could that condition be amended to require that?
Yes, it does refer to construction-related vehicles. So if you wanted to add or clarify that, that's your choice, yes.
Okay. I don't know that we need to change it if the intent of construction-related vehicles means a construction worker driving to the job site. If that's what that phrase means, then I'm fine with that. I just want to be sure that that is what it means.
It certainly can be interpreted as such.
Okay. And the city would enforce it as such?
Yes.
Okay. This is just a typo on page 24, condition 46. There's a word missing in the title. Should be procedure for determination of wastewater fees. And my last question is about condition 53 on page 26. This has to do with a conduit carrying fiber optic cable that will be put underneath this project. My question is, what are the endpoints of this conduit? From where and to where is this going?
We'll try and refer that to Public Works Department. I believe Mr. Mohammed Fatimi can provide us with a little more detail on that question.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for Mr. Fatimi.
Good evening, Chair and members. This is a condition has been around since early 90s, mainly because it started as part of a deal with our cable communication provider. At that time, there was a disagreement of what kind of services they can provide us for emergency communications between different properties. And the city manager decided at a time and got approval from the council to add this condition to all the projects being built in the city, providing a 2-inch communication conduit in front of the properties that will enable us to communicate and create a network of our own system for communication. And that's been going on with every project, and it's not been any discussion about eliminating it. That's why it's everywhere. Usually this system is in front of every property, covering the frontage, and the hope of at one time all of these lines would be connected to each other for a network of communication for emergency purposes.
So with regard to the frontage element of your response, there would be conduit, am I correct in understanding there would be conduit laid along Westlake Boulevard and conduit laid along Avenida de los Arboles? Is that
correct?
Okay.
All the frontage needs to have that 2-inch conduit with the pull boxes properly spaced.
Okay, and ultimately the city would have a citywide fiber network once all these conduits are tied up.
Hopefully that will happen.
Great.
Yes.
I hope so too. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Okay, then we'll move to our applicant, And for the CRPD, we have Mr. Tom Hare, Administrator of Parks and Planning. And also here for questions only are Leif McKay, Landscape Architect, Mary Bean, Environmental Consultant, and John Oblinger, who's an oak tree consultant. Altogether, you have 15 minutes, and if you would, please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Sure. Thanks, Chair Newman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tom Hare. I'm a resident of Newberry Park, and as you said, I'm the administrator for Canarywick Park District. I'm here with our team that you mentioned. Instead, we've got Jeff Ferber from RRM instead of Leaf. Leaf had to wash his hair or something like that, so Jeff's here taking his place. Just want to say, hey, we're very excited here. We're not going to take the 15 minutes, but we're definitely available for questions. Very excited to be here tonight. It's been a long process. We've been doing this for a little over a decade. If you remember the old Lang Ranch Community Park that we were considering when it was a quote-unquote typical community park with community center, parking for over 400 vehicles, ball fields, basketball courts, et cetera, et cetera. We worked very closely with the community and the city staff on that project. But then, unfortunately, due to that project being not feasible to construct, in January of 2012 at the CRPD board, we discontinued that project and actually abandoned the master plan. But just because that project wasn't feasible doesn't mean there wasn't a need for the park. As you well know, that the CRPD master plan is the recreational element of the city's general plan. And the way we set out our master plan is we set out to 6 different zones, and we follow a national standard of 10 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. So we have a good amount of parks where the residents are in the different zones and planning areas that we have throughout. So this particular zone was deficient, so there was a need for a park. So we got together with our staff and our board, or our board directed us to explore alternative recreational opportunities in this zone. So we had a series of community meetings. We had 4 meetings where we had brainstorming sessions, breakout groups. We did on-site tours. We did some feedbacks and concept plans. And at these meetings, we had sometimes over 100 participants from the community. And then we also worked with stakeholder groups that we had that were identified from the brainstorming ideas. We had groups such as the Caneo Disc Golf Club, Thousand Oaks Soaring Society, which is a non-motorized gliders. We had a lot of bike groups and enthusiasts. We worked with cross-country from the TO High School, hiking groups, equestrian communities. We worked with Edison, and we also worked with a whole bunch of different regulatory agencies. And from that, we came up with the project that you see that Ms. Leopold presented to you. And then at our CRPD board meeting in December of 2014, we approved that master plan and the project, and we adopted the MND. So the project that was presented, as you can see, is much less intensive than the original project. It limits the grading and watering that are on site. It respects the existing topography that's out there, and it protects and preserves the property. And we're going to do some things like we're going to be cleaning up the creek. We're going to be protecting the milk fetch that's out there, and we'll also have some open areas. The question you had about I apologize. Someone had, I think it was you, Chair Newman, about the trails. The existing trails are going to stay. They'll be improved. We'll add some some additional trails if they interconnect. So instead of having to do a big loop, there's some cross trails so you can go in between. So there's some better connectivity between the trails. There'll be some, as we mentioned, as Pam mentioned before, there'll be several distinctive areas containing various recreational amenities. We have the bike area, the disc golf area, that upper terrace that we're talking about. It is a gravel parking lot. The upper terrace area is going to be permit only. So just like whether it's a Little League group or a soccer group, this is going to be very similar. Those groups that want to use that facility up there will have to get a permit, and we can place additional conditions on them if necessary. So they'll be gated, and they're the only vehicles that will be allowed up there. There'll also be some ancillary improvements like pedestrian bridges and the parking lots and the restrooms, but again, very minimal things. And then with the off-site improvements, our goal is to get people onto the property safely and with good circulation, and so they can enjoy the park as is. As you know, right now the park is open for use, and people do use it right now for hiking and biking and other things like that. But we're want to get some more people onto this park so the whole community can enjoy it. In conclusion, like I said, we're all here for answering any questions that you have. We're very grateful for the city because the city has made a verbal commitment to financially participate in this project. We're, again, very grateful for that, and we look forward to continue to work with these community groups and the neighbors, and especially with city staff and all the other regulatory agencies to get this much-needed project going, and because this is something that's needed in the community. With that, I'm available, and also my team, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Commissioners, are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner McMahon.
Hi. I did have one question. In the report, it says that the bathrooms will be lighted, and pretty much that's the only lighting that will be there. Have you considered using solar panels for that lighting?
Yes, definitely. We'll get as we get down into the actual details of construction drawings, but we have like the bathroom that we did at Rancho Potrero, that's solar. Yeah, so definitely there's something that if we can't get electrical line to it, we'll probably use solar.
I'd like to see that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By the way, Mr. Hare and Andrew, thanks for the tour this afternoon. You were gracious enough to accommodate my schedule. Thank you very much for that. Enjoyed the time out there. Did have a couple of questions. I did ask Mr. Ennis regarding the total number of oak trees on the site. I don't know if, Mr. Hare, you have that information, but does
Sure.
you or someone, can you tell me how many total number of oak trees there are on the property?
405.
405. And out of those 405, how many will be removed or encroached on site?
On site, 0.
Thank you. Okay. And you were referring to a need for a park. Obviously, we have lots of parks in the community, and I know you referred to zones and national standards. Can you tell me, I know there's like different categories of parks, like community parks. There's the Old Meadows Park just down the street. What kind of a park is Old Meadows Park? What kind of a park is this? And maybe explain what these different categories of parks are.
Sure. Old Meadows Park is considered a neighborhood park. This is considered a community park, and a traditional community park is what you would see at like Borchard Community Center next to Newbury Park High School, or Thousand Oaks Community Center, which is next to Teo High School. And we also have a middle category also, which is a play field. A neighborhood park is just that, intended for the use of the neighbors. The radius is half mile to about a mile. That's who's intended for, in accordance with our master plan. A play field serves a little bit of a larger area and has the same elements as a neighborhood park does. And then going one step further up is a community park, which is to serve that whole community, which is that zone. As I was saying before, like Borchard serves its particular zone, Dos Vinos serves its zone, Thousand Oaks serves its zone. Right now, this zone does not have a community park, so this would fit the needs for this zone for the park acreage that's needed.
Okay, and we have one. Is that a citywide park, Conejo Creek? Right? Would it be considered a
Correct.
citywide park?
Okay. So then going one step, we have two more parks categories. We have a district-wide park, which is Conejo Creek, which is the whole Conejo Creek complex. That's Conejo Creek North, behind the library and the teen center. Conejo Creek South. Conejo Creek West, which is the equestrian area and the dog area. We have Conejo Creek Northwest, which is the area across from the dog park, a vacant lot, and then we have Conejo Creek Southwest, which is the vacant lot underneath the 23 freeway. So that whole complex is Conejo Creek. That serves, that serves the entire district. And then we also have regional parks. And we have Oak Brook Regional Park and we have Wildwood Regional Park, and that's intended for the region, so for people to come and hike and do things like that.
Okay. And just to clarify, with all the wonderful parks that we have in our community, we still find ourselves deficient because we're lacking a community park size of a park within this particular part of our community, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so this will now fulfill that need?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I think that's all, because I also had the solar question, but I'm glad that was asked, so thank you.
Commissioners, other questions for staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just had a couple questions to clarify. In our staff report and the way the city presented it, the bike park was presented as a BMX. Just a little clarification, because it looks from the designs and the drawings that we got, it looks less BMX and more like you're going to take your mountain bike out there. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. BMX. I mean, and I'm learning a lot of this too the last few years. BMX is a widely recognized generic term for non-bikers. Or that's hey, any sort of mountain biking or bike racing or pump track is BMX. And in truth, it's going to be more for the trails, more for like mountain biking like we have on our existing trail system. And it's also going to be, what the concept is to be a pump track, if you're familiar with that. A pump track is designed with some hills and some turns where you do not have to actually pedal to keep going because of the momentum you get from going down and going around curves.
So this is a little less X Games and a little bit more mountain bike, basic beginner.
A lot less X Games.
Okay.
A lot less X Games. Yeah, and one of our internal discussions that we've had is, because we're going to work closely with the bike folks, is not to allow, put restrictions on them. If we say, okay, you can have a hill here, but they go, all right, cool, and then they come up with a hill that's 20 feet high. That's not going to happen.
Okay. And there was some of our letters stated that there are, where this bike park is positioned now, it's near some oak trees, or it doesn't officially encroach into those oak trees, or is it just happens to be where it is now somewhat adjacent, or can you perhaps provide some explanation there?
Well, the explanation is there's 405 oak trees. So pretty much every single amenity we have has an oak tree nearby. So that's something we're very carefully going to work on, that we're not going to have any of these amenities encroaching upon the oak trees, and we'll work closely with the city staff and our arborists and make sure this doesn't happen, whether it's the construction or the actual operations.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I've got just a couple of questions, Mr. Hare. You'd mentioned a couple of times placing constraints on use of some parts of the park. Staff's report said there'd be no more than 12 permitted events per year. And I'm just wondering how that works. Is it a first come, first served basis?
No, it's actually going to be 12 large events per year, not just permitted events, because the permitted events, like the looking for like the gliders that they currently fly over at Redwood Middle School, that's not something that we consider a large event. But that's something internally as staff that we would count, how many events there would be throughout the year. And things like a cross-country meet would be considered a large event, where there'd be, people coming from a different, like if it was T.O. High School and Newbury Park High School and Moore Park High School, so that would be considered a large event. But that's something we have the capability. We have a reservations coordinator. We have reservation staff that track these events, and so that could be easily done.
Okay, and for those large events, is that done on a first come, first served basis?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't continue. It would be. It depends. And I don't mean to be evasive, but it would be working with community, balancing what the requests that we get. To step back and look what we do from a district-wide perspective, like we look at say Dos Vientos community park where the baseball is played. Mm-hmm. That's Newbury Park Pony Baseball's quote-unquote territory. So if we got a request for someone saying, hey, I want to play baseball on Saturdays in the spring, we'd be like, well, we've already got a historical use, but we try to fit them in the best we can, maybe on some other places. But so we'll develop that as we go along. But, first come, first serve is, I'd say initially that might be the correct answer, but we already have TO cross country. We already know right there that's a national, large events. And then we've worked with Conejo Disc Golf Club before at Rabbit Flats behind the TO Community Park. They hold an annual event. Maybe they're going to have an annual event. And then the Thousand Oaks Soaring Society, they might have an annual tournament. So there's 5 or 6 already. And then I would say the other ones, for lack of a better word, would be first come, first serve, and would be appropriate.
All right. And your sense is that 12 is a sufficiently high ceiling for at least for the time being?
Yes.
To accommodate these large events. All right. The other question I have is that one of the letters in our supplemental packet we received today raised concerns about the safety of disc golf and cited a newspaper report with some injuries that were involved. And I'm sure we'll get more into disc golf when we go to public comments on this application, but I wonder if you can address what's being done to address safety concerns here.
Sure. Disc golf will work very closely with the disc golf group. They have several people in their club that are you guys world known, world renowned? Maybe years ago, okay. So we've got some high-end disc golfers that have helped us design the course at Rabbit Flats, and they'll continue to help us design the course at Sapui. And then much like just even a regular golf course, when I was working for the city of Thousand Oaks, I was managing the Los Robles golf course contract. And if you're familiar with the Cameron Center, you're looking at, let's put the tee box here. And then after a while you realize not the best place for the tee box, and you move the tee box, you put some protective netting. So that's on a little higher end because but we would work with the community, work with the disc golf folks, and see what works best. We'll do our best right from the get-go to lay out a course that's the safest and challenging course for the disc golfers. And if we need to, call an audible and move a tee box or move a hole, or so we'll more than happy to do that. And we've done that at Rabbit Flats as it is right. We had one hole which was, you think it's everyone's throwing this way, and of course, everyone started throwing that way into the neighbor's yard. But we feel very confident that we'll have a very good and safe course.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Hare.
Okay.
And with that, we will move to our public comments section of this hearing. We've got 14 public speaker cards tonight, which is a relatively large number. And so I'll ask speakers for brevity. And if you hear someone before you make the point you were going to make, if there's a different point you want to make, that's fine. But realize that each of the speakers with this number will be limited to 3 minutes. And I'll ask that when you approach, for the record, that you state your name and your city of residence. So our first speaker this evening will be Dorothy Sullivan, and then followed by Hendon Harris. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Newman. Commissioners, I'm Dorothy Sullivan. I reside in Newberry Park. I am a coach for the high school mountain bike team. Mountain bikers have represented at the CRPD meetings. We're very excited about Sapui Park. The pump track, Commissioner Fletcher, is something that is great for building skills. And what we'd like to see is more people out there, not just children but adults, working on their skills, and that way they can transfer that to their actual trail usage and be safe and confident out there. I'm already one of the coaches that teaches through Park and Rec youth mountain bike skills camps. Have discussed with the sports department. This will be a great facility to offer both to children and adults to help them build confidence and skills on their bikes. So we are all for Sapui Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hendon Harris, followed by Kyle Gross. We'll come back to Hendon Harris. Kyle Gross, and then next up will be Ben Hahn. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kyle Gross, a resident of Newbury Park, and in this age of kids sitting in front of TV and video games endlessly, including my own, a disc golf is a really simple, inexpensive, and yet endlessly fun sport. I've been playing it for 35 years, so it can keep you engaged for a long time. So I definitely support the whole park in general. I'm very impressed with the planning that has gone into it. And I'm very excited that we'll have a new challenging disc golf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ben Hahn, followed by Joseph Deda.
Good evening. My name is Ben Hahn. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. And just to briefly tell you about myself and our club, I spent several years on the board of directors for the Silicon Valley Disc Golf Club and personally oversaw the installation of 2 disc golf courses, which went much like through a process similar to this. I just wanted to briefly comment on a couple of things related to disc golf. I think it's fantastic, as Kyle had emphasized earlier, that we are going to be encouraging people and more people that are already using the park to use the park in this great new multi-use park space. The demographics of the people that will be using the park just from disc golf alone include families, individual players, competitive groups. Pretty much every type of socioeconomic group you could imagine comes out to the golf course, from the guy who lives with his mom and works at a gas station to the guy who is on the county's payroll. It's beautiful that every one of these types of people can come together for something as simple as disc golf. Personally, I use it as a great way of venting steam after a hard day of work, or just to go have something fun to do on the weekends. But at the end of the day, I find it as a very positive outlet. And to assuage some of the concerns for people being injured, I mean, I've personally been struck many times over the years. I've been playing since 1994, and I've still got all fingers and toes attached. No scars, no surgeries to report. But it does happen, much like football or golf or other injuries. I would say that disc golf honestly has a lower incident of injury than you would see on an actual ball golf course. And when they do occur, they typically are much less than that of what you would see for a comparable sport for an average player participant. I've also got several PDF attachments from my time with the Silicon Valley Disc Golf Club, testimonials from realtor groups, police, Parks and Rec, and other people. If you'd like, I can email those to you. I also have them in my Google Drive. I can just share the link. Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Next up is Mr. Joseph Deda, and I apologize if I'm butchering your name, and then John Colleran. Good evening.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Joseph Deda. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. It's been almost 40 years since Donald Bren promised us a park abutting our tract. I hope it comes to fruition fairly soon. The only concern I have is we live at the end of a cul-de-sac and it abuts the park. And over the years, we've experienced people parking at the end of the park, our cul-de-sac, and jumping over our wall and destroying our shrubs and invading on our privacy. I wonder if Mr. Hare or his group could address this issue to provide some sanctuary for us so we would have some privacy, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. And in response to the concerns you're raising, I just want to note that both staff and Mr. Hare will have a chance to respond to the questions raised during this period.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go now to Mr. John Colleran and then Mike Byrne. Mr. Colleran, good evening.
Good evening. I get the pleasure of being the first negative here, I think. I was very involved.
Sorry, just for the record, because we're on TV.
John Colleran, Thousand Oaks.
Thank you.
I was very involved in the first go-around Parks and Recs. I attended all the meetings. They were very disappointing. There was a lot of misrepresentations given to us. It was very upsetting. They marched Little League kids in there. The Little League representatives constantly referred to us as angry, old, rich whites, and I didn't like it. So I'm not negative on this proposal. I want you to understand that. But there are some things I would like to see or make sure of. I don't want the drip, drip, drip of more development after this is approved. I want to see what's going to be approved and not have things added. After the first proposal fell apart, and I believe that was due in large part to a court hearing, we were invited again to walk through the park, and this was kind of a let's make nice with the neighbors. And it was a very nice day. We were told the parking would be at Herbs, there was going to be hiking paths, and there was going to be horse trails. There was no mention of BMX bikes, there was no mention of golf, there was no mention of any of that. So here we go again, adding to this park. Now, you haven't said anything that I'm against so far. Well, maybe one. The bathrooms. Don't put the bathrooms down below. Put them up at the top near the parking where people can see them. If they're down in that hole, they will become a place for homeless and drug use. You can't have it down the hole. The police have to be able to see where those bathrooms are. No lights. I heard her say that the park will be closed at dark and that it'll be minimal site lighting, no poles. And I would like to ask that City Council, in approving this, give the residents, remember, we are taxpayers, give us the authority to stop future developments if you start this drip, drip, drip on us. I would like to see something in the agreement that says no future development will happen unless there's a vote of the people within, I'm excluding you, 1,200 feet. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colleran. And again, both the applicant and staff will be responding to the concerns raised here. We go next to Mike Byrne and then Pat Mike Kupfer. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and Commission members. My name is Mike Byrne. I'm a resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. My wife and I moved here in '92 when we bought a house. I've been an avid disc golfer since I first found the sport in 1984, so high school. Here in the Conejo Valley, up until the first course was put in about 6 years ago, there really wasn't disc golf in a very, very large area. And so I'm really happy that we have a course here now. It's hugely popular. It's much larger of a success than I ever imagined. And I see that Sapweed Trails, the location is great for an additional course, and it will complement our current course very well, very different styles and terrain. Besides obviously being passionate about the sport of disc golf, my family, I have 2 children, we've enjoyed raising them here in the city immensely. And through the parks, through the neighborhood parks, the activities that the CRPD has provided, through the open space, my kids are really beneficiaries of everyone's hard work in this incredible area. They love hiking. My son is a Boy Scout, and he just went on a 2-week backpacking trip. My daughter is still going hiking with friends in the different areas, and this is just one more area where the entire community benefits because there's so much to do there. And as Kyle Gross said earlier, it's really a great opportunity to get into the outdoors, get exercise, and enjoy the beautiful environment that we have a part of. I've designed many courses, including having a large part in the local course, and safety is always a huge #1 priority. So I've worked over many years now, 8 years with the CRPD, and will continue to do that to ensure that the course design is set up with the highest safety standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Excuse me, we have one question for Mr. Byrne. Commissioner Nichols.
Yes.
Mr. Byrne, this is just a sidebar question, not directly related here, but you brought up a question in my mind. Is there any crossover between those who play disc golf and those who do ultimate frisbee, or is this like two separate populations?
There is crossover. Ultimate Frisbee is a little more exercise. I think that if we had walking Ultimate Frisbee, maybe that would be a crossover for myself. But Ultimate, I've played, as I said, for over 30 years. A lot of Ultimate players try Frisbee golf, and they end up getting very excited about playing it. Little bit different. The way the discs fly is different. Obviously, disc golf is more like traditional stick and ball golf, walking through the great outdoors. Ultimate is quite a bit more running, but there is definitely crossover, and both are gaining huge popularity. There's over 90,000 professional disc golf members in their association now, and there's over 6,000 courses worldwide.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, Mr. Burns. Sorry, Commissioner Fletcher.
You're very popular.
You're a popular guy
tonight.
Yes.
Sorry. I just had a question. In your experience with, there's a lot of conversation involving safety tonight. In your experience, you just said it's very similar to stick and ball golf, disc golf is.
Yes.
Where you see these incidents of people getting hit, I guess, with the discs, is it just the traditional, I essentially hit into you? You were farther down the hole than I was, and I didn't realize my disc was going to go that far? I mean, can you just provide me some examples so I can better understand kind of where this article that was in our letters came, how it kind of is referenced?
And I haven't read that article, but I'll tell you about the one incident where I saw a person get hit at the local course. It was a mother and son playing. Her son was back on leave. He's in the military, and he walked ahead of her, and she threw and hit him. So she was very upset, and he was fine. But that's the one instant, and it is similar as you explained, where he was walking ahead of her.
So it's just basically when we imagine it, we just think of traditionally how you'd see incidents with the old stick and ball golf. I'm hitting into you, essentially.
Yeah. It's important to stay behind whoever is out. So let whoever's farthest from the target go first.
Okay, thank you. That kind of clarifies this gray issue of the safety. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Before Mr. Byrne goes, are there any other questions for him? All right.
Thank you
very much. We'll move on now to Pat Mike Kupfer and then Andy Thompson. And again, if you could state your name and city of residence. Good evening.
Pat Kupfer, and they redistricted us, so we're Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village. They call it Westlake Village now. So
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm actually, you want me to repeat my name again?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm actually coming as a concerned citizen and mother. My children are older. They've already gone through high school, college, graduate school, and secondary graduate school. My concern is that I'd love to have a 5-carat diamond. I really would. I'd love to have it either flawless or the perfect 5-carat diamond that's the most expensive. And that's the problem with this park. This park has a lot of flaws. It's a utopian idea, and it sounds great, but there's a lot of flaws that are going to come with it. I'm going to give you a few of my reasoning why, and I might not get to everything. I think this project, to spend $7.5 million on a project, when I looked up online how many local parks that we have and spaces for these children, kids, young adults, all the way up to high school, maybe even to college, have places to go to. My children grew up here. They did exceptionally well. My son played baseball all throughout his years. He played for the high school team. He excelled. He did great. He went to school. He went to graduate school. He's an accountant now. He's young. He's been successful. And he did not have the park that's local. He used every other means, every other park that other children can use. My husband and I are successful. We did not have parks in our day. We played outside. So I'd like to see some thoughts of, when there's some thoughts of people saying in here that injuries, now we're going to get on my husband can speak about that, but Westlake Boulevard has become such a thoroughfare that's faster than the freeway. My son's grade, one of his friends' father was hit by a car, was killed. There's been at least a half a dozen accidents where people have died on Westlake Boulevard. There's been many accidents, and I've even helped people out of their car and called 911 at least 3 different occasions that have hit trees on Westlake Boulevard. There is no way coming down from Featherwood, which is only maybe 1,500 feet at the most, on a curve where you expect to put a driveway to enter. I'm even afraid to go down Westlake Boulevard. I've been almost sideswiped 500 times. The city has not even lowered the speed along there. People are speeding so fast, the car dealerships are allowing them to race their sports cars. If I can have one more minute, if you don't mind, just for the health and safety of the community.
If you could wrap up your remarks, please.
Okay. I want to say that to have a motorized airplane path out there, and the other idea is, I'll tell you who's excited about this. My friends that live in the city and my friends that live in the San Fernando Valley where I grew up with, they asked me, when is that park going to be done that they've been talking about so we can go use it? They come and they use every weekend. They ride on Westlake Boulevard. They're not locals. They're people who are from out of our community that are using our community as their beautification and vacation spot to come and ride their bicycles. You could see them all over there. So I'd like to have some statistics done of how many people who are...
If you would, please.
30 seconds. I would like some statistics
you're
done.
You're a minute over your time.
Statistics done. Can I just finish one?
You're done.
Can my husband speak then? If we're both names?
We only have one speaker card for you.
Okay,
If he
can I
wants
just
to
finish
fill
my
out a
last
separate
thing?
speaker
I just want to say that the statistics
I
per
wanna-
1,000 should be calculated.
I wanna-
Because it's way over the number.
I want to answer your question
It's not
about...
locals.
I want to answer your question about your husband speaking. Each speaker here can speak for 3 minutes. You've spoken for 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay.
If your
Thank
husband
you.
wants to speak as well, that's
Okay.
fine, but he needs to fill out a separate speaker card.
Okay, I didn't know that when I
Thank
came
you.
in. I put us both. So should
All
he
right.
fill one out?
Yes.
Concerning
He can fill out a
safety
separate
issues?
speaker card,
Okay.
and we'll
I'll have him do
add-
that. Thank you
add
for
him
your...
at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to Andy Thompson, then Steve Miele, and Scott, no last name. So, Mr. Thompson, if you could state your name and city of residence. Good evening.
Very good. Good evening. Andy Thompson, city of residence, Thousand Oaks. I'm the head coach of Thousand Oaks High School cross country team, and brought one of our athletes with us as well here. We've been working with Tom and the group for a couple years now on this project, and we are thrilled to see this hopefully go through. I'm a graduate of Thousand Oaks High School and of the TO cross country program in 2001. The trails and the open space that we have here are really what brought me back into this area, and I kind of stumbled into coaching in conjunction with being a small business owner in the community. I've been coaching now for 10 years, head coach now for 2 years, and the program that we have is I think one of the most influential programs that we have in our community. We have 100 kids on the team every year. That's a boys and girls team combined. It's about 50-50 roughly. And what we've been talking with this group about, with Tom and his group, is putting in a home cross-country course. Currently, we do not have a home cross-country course. The Rams kind of took that away when they put in their facility at CLU. We used to have one at Waverly. We still use Waverly quite a bit, but with the dog park and the equestrian use, it gets a little complicated sometimes for hosting a meet. Our intention is to host a cross-country meet for an alumni race in the summertime, where we would have about 100 of our current team and probably about 50 alumni come out for a race in the morning. We're only out there for about a couple hours, and we would love to host one of the Marmonte League cross country cluster meets. There's 6 teams in our league, and we've talked with him about accommodating that. It would be one afternoon on a Thursday in the fall that would encompass a couple hours. On top of that, we would love to be out there running the trails. We were just out there on Saturday morning, last Saturday morning, and the kids loved it. Kids love being out there. We absolutely are thrilled about the opportunity of using this. I see our program as allowing kids to see these parks, to see the amazing trails that we have, and to develop a healthy lifestyle. And I think being able to have our home cross-country course there and having another park that's developed in the manner that it is, I think would only benefit our community of 100 athletes. And that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Question for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, if you would, please. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for coming. I had a couple questions. I'm not that familiar with cross-country activities. I know what the sport is, but I've never attended an event. How many races are there in your typical high school event? If it's just, I don't know, it's just one school against the other, if you have multiple, how many races comprise a cross-country event in its entirety?
Each race is 3 miles, and there's 6 divisions, JV girls, JV boys, Frosh-Soph girls, Frosh-Soph boys, varsity girls, and varsity boys. So it's 6 different races that go span about 2.5 hours or so for each to encompass all of them.
And when you're practicing, you were referring to this as hopefully having a home course. Do you practice at the home course, or I see kids just running up and down the streets or whatever trails they want? Would this just be primarily used for the events, or periodically in between as well?
I'd love to be out there probably once a week or so, or once every other week we would be out there, either running in Saturday morning practice or in the afternoons.
And that just would be a handful of students at that type of occasion, though, correct?
Yeah, that would be our team of 100 kids, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But again, the time where we'd use it for a meet would be one Thursday in the fall. One of our cluster meets, for instance, this week is at Newbury Park. But 3 weeks ago, there was one at Agora. We've talked about replacing one of those, and with this course, it would be one Thursday where it'd be a 3-4 hour block where we'd have use of that park for it.
And one last question. When you refer to the number of students in the program, is there a maximum number that you allow, or is it pretty much whoever's interested, come on out?
Anybody that's crazy enough to come out and run 3 miles, we'd love to have them. So no, we what's unique about our sport is we do not cut. And so we get literally all shapes and sizes, kids that are youth prodigies and kids that have never run before. And they all buy into the program, and they all become runners, which is a pretty cool process to see.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Are there other questions for Mr. Thompson? I have one regarding the size of.
I tied you on questions.
Did I understand correctly? You said there are about 100 children in the program.
That's correct.
What's the size of a meet then? Just estimate a number. How large is a meet in terms of all the athletes, spectators, coaches?
Let's say each team doesn't. A little less than 100. There's probably 500 kids total in our league that run cross country, and you could add another 100, 150, 200 spectators that wouldn't be there for the entire time, but that would come and go during that meet day.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You bet.
That helps.
You bet. Thank you.
That helps me understand it better. Thank you. All right. Moving on to Steve Miele, then Scott, then Margaret Jerem. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and Commissioners. My name is Steve Miele. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for about 26 years now, and the president of Thousand Oaks Soaring Society, the non-motorized glider guys, for about 7. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the City of Thousand Oaks and the Conejo Recreation and Park District for their unrelenting work in bringing this project into existence. Our organization is anxious and ready to partner with CRPD and staff in their vision of developing another great community park in the Conejo. As the president of the Thousand Oaks Soaring Society, I represent about 31 members. About 30% of them are here tonight. Model aviation is an activity that all of our older members have enjoyed, some from single-digit ages. And with our younger members, we hope to nurture this love of the hobby that encompasses all of science, engineering, technology, engineering, and math disciplines, as well as a healthy outlet for camaraderie, sportsmanship, and problem solving. I know that I speak on behalf of all of our members and hope that the Planning Commission approves the CRPD plan for Sapwe Trails Park, a community park. And in conclusion, given the opportunity, we pledge to be good neighbors and considerate stewards of the park location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mealy.
I have another question, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Actually, I'll let Mr. Pletcher go first. I see him over there.
Mr. Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick question. Soaring, is it motorized?
Non-motorized gliders.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Tied you.
My question is, if these are non-motorized, how do you get these up in the air?
We have two different methods that we fly with. One method is with a winch, like a starter motor from a car, and that has a big drum on it with line, and that goes out to a pulley and comes back to a ring. And the airplane has a hook on it. And then we put the hook on the ring, and we start the starter motor going, and the plane goes up on the line, and then we fly. We look around for our thermals, the elusive upwelling air in the sky. And the other method we have is what's called discus launch, which is if you think about an Olympic discus guy, so we throw the plane. So it's a little different, but same kind of theories exist because we're all looking for that upwelling of air.
Which leads to my next question. Thank you for the connection here.
Sure.
What is the advantage to having it, this type of, obviously no one has flown there yet, but I presume with the terrain there, it would be better than at Redwood. But tell me, how do you look for these thermals, and why would this facility be better or worse than Redwood Middle School, for example?
Well, it's going to be different. The whole terrain there is very different. You've got this large canyon down below. We'll be getting some winds coming from our prevailing southwesterlies coming up the canyon. That'll give us different thermal conditions. Redwood's a pretty flat area, and so the thermal generation there is going to be very different. Like you said, we haven't really flown there yet, so we don't know. We're just very hopeful, and with this flat area that was graded many years ago, it should be a place to at least start. And other places that we've flown have similar conditions, but this is going to be unique just for us, I hope.
And one final question. What is the typical radius or range in which you're operating from the site?
We always say if you can't see it, you can't fly it. So if the plane is out of sight, it's gone. So we try and keep it within our range of sight, and then you can control the plane.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And before you go, Mr. Mealy, Commissioner McMahon has a question or two.
You might now have the record. I don't know. I've only seen, just briefly driving by Redwood, so I have really no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm picturing the planes are up in the air. Do they come back to you on the flat space, or do they go down the hill and land, and then you have to scramble down the hill to get them?
The goal is to bring it back. Some of these planes cost a little bit of money, and we don't want to be chasing them, certainly damaging, because you can't see them if they land away. So you want to bring them back. And one of the things that we do, besides finding the thermals and in like a contest situation, staying up for so much time, is to land on a graduated tape that gives you points for landing on the tape. So again, you really want to bring these planes back to you.
So in other words, it's not likely there's going to be a lot of people running around in the shrubbery and...
Oh my gosh, no,
Okay.
absolutely. We're on the flatlands.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And one more thing. Regarding the site of both launch and landing, the CRPD folks, when they gave me a tour, indicated that most of this activity would be toward the western end of that large upper lot.
Okay.
Is that your understanding as well?
We have a layout of, well, there was a diagram of the upper terrace, and it showed launch area, landing area. And that hasn't changed from my knowledge. So if you've seen that diagram, you've seen
what I'm getting at is that the primary focus of activity for you is well away from Westlake Boulevard. It's as far away from streets and traffic and
yes.
civilization as it can be on that upper lot. Is that right?
Over at Redwood, we kind of self-impose boundaries because of the restrictions that we have there with so much housing. And over at on the Westlake Boulevard side, again, we haven't flown there yet, but we probably will self-impose some restrictions, like Westlake Boulevard would be a boundary on I think that's the east side or something, right? So, yeah.
Yes, that's the easternmost boundary. Yeah. But what I'm asking is if you're looking to impose some distance away from Westlake. I would be very surprised if I were driving up Westlake, up the hill there, and saw a non-motorized plane flying over.
Yes, especially if it was low altitude.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand completely. And again, we are very sensitive to those kinds of concerns. Once we get in there and get things kind of rolling, we'll know better what we can and shouldn't be doing. So.
All right.
That hasn't really been codified yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next up is Scott. Don't have a last name. Then Margaret Jerem. Then Patty Perez.
Scott Davis. Sorry about the last name.
Thank you. If you could state your city of residence as well.
Thousand Oaks for a little over 20 years. Currently, we play at the Flats Golf Course, and my fellow golfers pretty much covered everything you need to hear. As far as the safety goes, it's kind of up to us before we throw, to make sure the course is clear, because quite often, even at the Flats, we'll get people that are not familiar with the golf course and kind of mosey on, and it's up to us to either give them a clear or give them a shout out, and it's up to us to make sure they're safe before we throw. So that was the only added note, and I look forward to playing at the new course when it goes in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Margaret Jerem, followed by Patty Perez and Steve Messer. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Jerem, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. And I want to first take the opportunity to thank.
Excuse me, can you please speak into the mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to first give the opportunity to thank you for hearing our concerns, whether we are for and whether we are against the project. My area of concerns, or I have 4 of them, with regards to the bathrooms, the playground, the parking lot, and the lights. We live on Scenic Park Street, next to the open space area, and when in observing the rendering or the plan over at the park center, the rendering appears to be a little bit larger than the reality of the park area, my concern of what it can really actually hold. The bathrooms I saw or observed were close to our house, and I'm making a request that it be moved further down. I understand that it has to be right next to where the parking lots are, so if they can move it further down, that would be great. The other one was a health concern regarding the parking lot. Our 2 front bedrooms are near where the parking lots are. So my concern is how close the parking lots are going to be with respect to fumes and exhaust. So it is a health concern. The other one, the playground appeared to be closer to the walls of all the residents in that area. So that is another concern that I have. And the last one would be the lights. I've noticed that a lot of the lights, or the light that is the conjunction area, the left-hand turn lanes are intermittent. And we have observed a countless number of accidents there from people. It appears that they are turning on a shared light, and I'm requesting to see if they can make it a permanent left-hand turn arrow. And one that I didn't discuss is the turning into the scenic park appears to be a temptation for those who want to speed around the corner and go fast for whatever reason. Some of the high schoolers that tend to speed along there as a concern as it goes in. So that's my
Thank
concern.
you. Thank you, Ms. Jerem. Are there any questions for her? All right, thank you. We go now to Patty Pierce. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Then Steve Messer and Hendon Harris.
Yes, you got it right. It's Patty Pierce, Thousand Oaks. I think that as a group, the people opposed to this are probably underrepresented at this meeting. I live in the Brock Collection, which is just north of the proposed park area. And several times a week, my husband and I walk down Kensington, up Westlake, do the whole loop up Herbs and back home again. It's a little over 3 miles. We love the walk. We love that it's still natural. When we moved to Thousand Oaks 22 years ago, that was one of the things we loved about it, is it was not all developed. And to me, progress means leaving some things the way they are. Not everything has to be concrete, bathrooms. What about the wildlife? When we walk, there's all kinds of birds. There's a swampy area with cattails. The cedar waxwings come in the fall to eat the berries off of the pyracantha. All that's going to be gone. It's natural. Let us enjoy what little bit of natural landscape we have left. We've got a litany of parks available to us in this community. And most of the community parks, I noticed, are next to schools where you're not impacting houses and people's lives. Give us a neighborhood park. We don't need 3 bathrooms. We don't need buses for 8 buses. You're talking about 31 people playing, 31 people in the Glider Cup, 100 cross-country runners, and you're going to impact hundreds of people who live in the community. A lot of these people don't live where it's going to be impacted, but I do. Lang Ranch had cows when I moved here. Now it's all houses and concrete. And what city ever got an award for having the most concrete? I just think it's a terrible thing to do to a community that used to really prize its open space. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Steve Messer, then Hendon Harris, then Ron Siegel. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman, esteemed commissioners and city staff. My name's Steve Messer. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I'm the president of the Concerned Off-Road Bicyclists Association, whose address of record is in Calabasas. And on behalf of CORBA and the Los Angeles Bike Park Collective, of which CORBA is a member, I wish to express our support for the Sapui Trails Community Park Master Plan and the associated environmental documents. In 2012, at the first public scoping meeting for this new master plan, about 100 cyclists turned out asking for a bicycle skills park and multiple use trails to be incorporated into the revised plan. Over a series of subsequent meetings, the cycling community continued to engage with the CRPD in the development of a master plan for this unique community park opportunity. Since that time, Corba has been actively engaged in promoting the benefits of bike parks throughout our territory in Los Angeles and eastern Ventura counties. These benefits include health and well-being, youth and community engagement, volunteerism, and quality of life. These facilities can also encourage healthier lifestyle choices and alternative transportation usage by encouraging bicycle use. We helped form the Los Angeles Bike Park Collective to actively engage youth in the planning efforts for such facilities in the greater area of Southern California. There are now more than 20 public bike skills parks in operation or in planning around California. Large cities such as New York, Chicago, Portland, Seattle, and Boulder have already built bicycle skills parks, but this would be the first approved bicycle skills park in Southern California, except for one in Fillmore, which we were involved with, and that opened last year. So, and next week, October 25th, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is also hearing a proposal for a master plan for Pointy Hills landfill that includes bicycle skills parks. And the reason these are important is because bicycling is growing. The Conejo Valley is home to at least 3 high school mountain bike teams, of whom you've heard from the coach of one of those teams. And these teams will be able to utilize and benefit from such a facility. Calabasas, Newbury Park, and El Camino High Schools all have high school mountain bike teams. The SoCal High School Mountain Biking League has over 80 teams with over 1,000 student athletes training and competing around Southern California. And high school mountain biking is now in 19 states across the country and continues to grow. We are especially supportive of the Sapui Trails Master Plan's Bicycle Skills Park component, the Neighborhood Park Beginner Pump Track, and the multi-use trails with optional bicycle skills stations along the way. These features were asked for by a large proportion of those attending the initial meetings in 2012. And for a point of clarification, a bicycle skills park is not just for BMXs, it's for all types of bicycles. So we urge you to support this proposal as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messer. Any questions for the speaker? Moving on to Hendon Harris, then Ron Siegel, then Mark Evans. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Hendon Harris, and I, too, am a resident of Thousand Oaks. I also live in the Brock Homes, and I've lived there on the other side of Arbalest for 24 years. I love my community. It's our little slice of heaven. And if this project is proposed, as I hear, we're going to have cross-country runners, we're going to have people throwing Frisbees, we're going to have bike paths. I mean, at certain times of the years, we have coyote choirs that we can listen to at night. Since I've lived there, I've had road runners coming up and peck on my door. I've had a raccoon and her babies come to my door. Wilderness and wildlife is one of my serious concerns. We're going to forever change the component. Thousand Oaks is famous for SOAR and for controlling building and what's going on and not overbuilding. Please, whatever you do, don't turn this into Grand Central Station with Los Angeles. I mean, how about San Diego? Is the next speaker going to be from San Diego, bringing in BMX racers to race bikes or learn how to do this? We've got trails that they can ride on now that start in Lang Ranch and go on up into the mountains. Now, I'm very concerned about this. You're going to change this community, this residential area, forever. As much as it may be hard to believe, Westlake Boulevard at that point and Arbalest are residential streets. There's no commercial there. You're going to bring in a destination point that will bring in people from all over Southern California that will forever change the complexity. And this is a wildlife habitat center. You have a drain there, a water drain, where the wildlife, the deer, the possum, the coyotes, all kinds of animals come and drink water there. So the animals are just one part of it. But another part of it is that we already have 4 parks within 1 mile of our home in the Brock collection. 4 parks. This is going to cost $7.5 million. The city, I understand, is going to kick in 2.5, the park district 2.5, but 2.5 is unaccounted for. We already have the YMCA Center off the Westlake Boulevard. That's a beautiful complex up there, the baseball diamonds, but that building is incomplete. When is this going to start? When is the construction going to start on this? You're going to have to wait until you've got all $7.5 million? I mean, it's to me, it's very, very troubling and very, very sad. Also, I agree with the lady that was talking about the left-hand turn lane on Westlake Boulevard. The speed limit there now is 50 miles an hour. It's on a blind curve, the intersection that you're talking about. And if you had a lane for 3 cars and there were 5 there, somebody's going to come 50 miles an hour right up there.
Mr. Harris, if you would wrap up your remarks, please.
I guess my closing comment would be, what's wrong with wildlife and wilderness?
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Just a note for speakers too. When you approach the podium, the light is green when you start. When there's 1 minute left, it'll turn yellow, and when you're done, when it's a red light, you should be done. All right. Our final 3 speakers for the evening for this case, are Ron Siegel, then Mark Evans, and Michael Kupfer.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Ron Siegel, and I live in Westlake Village. Before I start the remarks, I think that there should be some information that needs to be heard. I was involved with that area going way back into the 1980s. We fought for the retention dam not to be built. We fought for having Lang Ranch not being built. We fought to have the open space start at Canaan Road. And that whole entire area was supposed to be, or we had hoped, would remain wild. Unfortunately, or fortunately, unfortunately for us, that park was mandated by the 9th District Court, in which there was supposed to be a road that Westlake Boulevard was going to continue over the hill into Simi Valley. So the Lang Ranch was going to be part of this huge legal decision that was completely out of our hands. So with that, I got involved with a focus group with Lauren Pluth, with the Park District, to plan what was going to go into this park that was mandated by the court. And the original plan was to have not a community park in our eyes, but a sports complex with almost 40 lights, 6 baseball fields, a gym, parking for almost 500 cars. It was massive. So we started, this process with the Park District was sometimes contentious and litigious, but always respectful. And this diamond, this beautiful diamond that we tried to preserve, we came to an agreement and hammered out what we think serves the community and also preserves as much as possible within the confines of the court order a plan that I think we can live with. Yes, there are problems, and I hope if you do approve this, that you listen to the concerns of our neighbors. But it is a diamond. It is a diamond. And like any other diamond that is cut, you take your time, you look at it, and make sure that every cut that you make is going to preserve that diamond. And that's what I hope you do now. Now, I still have a little bit of time. My one concern with this, though, remains Westlake Boulevard and the safety of that cross at Rainfield. You're going to put a stoplight on a radius, a downhill radius, where we already know that there's been lots of accidents and high speed. And my concern, and I hope the Planning Commission is that for pedestrians crossing from Rainfield to the park, that their safety will be taken into consideration. So thank you
Mr.
very
Siegel, I have a question regarding your testimony. You expressed a number of concerns about preserving the environment as is, but also spoke about treating a diamond carefully and well. Do I understand then that you're in support of this project?
Yes.
But have concerns
yes,
about it?
I am in support of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that we can continue to work with Tom and his staff like we have. And but with that in
with
mind,
the concerns that you voiced.
the concerns of our neighbors, that you consider that. But yes, I as part of the Lang Ranch Park homeowners, who was part of the litigation, that I see no reason why we can't go forward with this, even though we would like to keep it open and wild.
Understood.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Mark Evans. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Evans. I'm a 40-year resident of Thousand Oaks and a 30-year resident of the Lang Ranch area. In fact, when I moved into Lang Ranch, there was a gate, there was a chain link fence along Arbolas. Arbolas didn't go through. Westlake Boulevard at the top of the hill had a wrought iron fence. You couldn't get through. So the Brock development was the first development in all of Lang Ranch, the current Lang Ranch, what they consider Lang Ranch. And we actually bought the first house in that development. So I've been here a long time and loved every minute of it. Raised 2 sons. They're doing very well. They graduated at Thousand Oaks High School. I was involved with sports in the area. I was once president of CYBA, the basketball program, scouting, high school basketball, all the business. So what I really want to say is that I am in favor of this project because, as Ron just said, and Ron represented one of the neighbors, one of the developments on the east side of the park. I'm in Brock. We are on the north side of the park, okay? So we have a major interest in this. I wake up, I sit on my front porch and I see the entire park. I look out my balcony. What's in front of me is the entire park is visual. So I have a big interest in this. This is not just, I'm not just using this park on a weekday or coming, I live there, okay? We went through, as Ron was saying, we went through the problems initially when they were going to build this park, and it was going to be a disaster. What this park was going to have, they're going to have 39 light poles, some of them 70 feet tall. And this area is a beautiful area. This is not Borchard Park, where I thought they kind of ruined that with all the lighting they have there. But he said, we just don't do that to us. We fought it, and Little League fought us tooth and square. And we kept saying, they said, we don't love kids. Well, we've raised children there. We do love children. We got a park that's considered now a passive park. The park district has said, this is a passive park. We agreed to that. And that was the very important word that they gave us. So I just want to say that, with all that and with the approval and so forth, I want you to be concerned about one thing. We discussed this years ago with the park district. There's very little off-site parking. Virtually nothing. A lot of the development around there has gated entries. You can't park on their streets. We're in Brock. We are not a gated entry, and we're going to be opposite the Kensington Arbolas entry. We want to make sure, and we've discussed this in the CI. It's in the ARR. We don't want people using our neighborhood streets to park on and crossing Arbolas. So I want to make sure that is considered. That's in the ARR. I want you to consider that. And based on that, it's not perfect, there's no question about it, but the way this park has been redesigned, it's a passive park, it's not a disaster that it was going to be. I'm personally in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And the last speaker card I have, but not least, is Mr. Michael Kupfer. Good evening.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I'm a physician. I've practiced at many trauma centers over my career and have many concerns about the potential impact of what will occur with the development of that park facility. First of all, one of my biggest concerns is the fact that what we are developing is literally an epicenter magnet attraction to a variety of small sort of special interest groups, whether they be for airplane flying or bicycle riding, these cross-country track, which in itself has other impacts, in which you are impacting multiple residents and a whole community, in which which the whole intent of this is to be a community park, a park for taxpayers, a park for voters who have all played a special role in this community for many years, and we've been living in the Thousand Oaks area for nearly 20 years. So that's my first consideration. The safety clearly is a huge impact. There's no doubt that the Westlake Boulevard has become a thoroughfare, an alternate for those who travel along the 23 freeway. The speed limits are clearly in excess of 55 miles an hour. We have over the years seen innumerable deaths, unfortunately, along Westlake Boulevard. As a result, both children and adults. When I first got into practice, there was a 23-year-old young lady who had speeded around a S-curve, and within 2 days we realized she was brain dead, and there was no option, and we hate to see any more of those accidents occurring. There are innumerable parks in Thousand Oaks, and that's what was such an attraction for us initially. We have children. We took them to all the parks. We played baseball. We played games. We did all the kind of sports everybody else did, and we found plenty of opportunity for our children in those other parks to sort of reinvent the wheel. And in this location seems odd. It seems like those $7.5 million could be distributed amongst those many parks to our advantage and to the taxpayer advantage and to the community's advantage, to separate those multiple interests that people might have. We don't really want to attract special interest groups who have members from beyond the confines and beyond the locality of Thousand Oaks. 100-mile, 200-mile radius that's just going to swarm this location. Thank you.
Thank you. If you may, please, I should have said this at the outset. If you please hold your applause. We've got a very full agenda tonight, not just this case, but another one after it. Let's move ahead to go to staff responses, and then we'll have rebuttal time from the applicant. Ms. Leopold.
Thank you, Chair Newman. Essentially, some of the comments that were expressed tonight, the restrooms will have security lighting. They will be located adjacent to each parking lot area. We will certainly work with the Park District on making certain that any residences are not impacted with regard to the location of the restrooms and the playground areas. With regard to the development of the park, as I mentioned earlier, it's 145 acres. Only 12% is proposed for improvements, so that's 17 acres. With regard to the special interest groups that the last person mentioned, the Park District will be issuing permits for the area that is located off of Westlake Boulevard, the non-motorized glider area, and the other parking lot, the north and south terraces. And essentially, they have total control over which groups can access the park. So essentially, they will look very closely and make certain that the local agencies and different members of the community will have access to that area rather than necessarily outside agencies or types of groups or clubs. So essentially, at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the Traffic Division for further comments.
Thank you, Pam. Based on my notes, my discussion will focus on access on Westlake and access on Scenic Park. Here's what we heard, that there's a great concern about the ability to safely turn left into the park if you're going northbound. And I can say it's what we look at when we're looking at the access to the park. What's the safest way to get drivers into the park as well as pedestrians and cyclists? And to not provide an access into the park at that location with a signal means that any pedestrians wanting to cross the street don't have a way to get into the park without walking all the way down to Westlake Boulevard. And the feeling is that people aren't going to do that. They're just going to end up trying to cross at their own risk. So that's primarily the decision to put the signal on the Westlake intersection, as well as provide access with understanding it's for people that they can drive. But then you think, well, could they drive down and just make a U-turn? And U-turns currently are prohibited at Westlake and Arbalest. And the way the whole intersection functions, it's not really conducive to making left turns because of the heavy right turns coming off of Arbalest. So it's designed per Caltrans standards. We feel and Caltrans is very conservative, and it's based on the prevailing speed, not just the posted speed limit. Prevailing speed's a little higher than what the posted speed limit is. So, based on what we know about traffic engineering, we don't feel we're putting anyone at risk, although everyone should always drive, walk, bike with caution. The access onto Scenic Park, you probably might be familiar that parents currently use that access every day for waiting and picking their kids up at Los Cerritos Middle School. And historically, we haven't had any problems with that amount of traffic, and it's full every afternoon, not in the morning because the parents just drop off, but they park there, and since they're middle school, they actually don't get out of their cars. They wait for their kids to come to them. But that's a full parking lot every day, and we haven't seen any incidents of accidents coming in and out of that driveway, and that's where the driveway is going to be for the little neighborhood part of this park. So we're not asking for it to be relocated or put on Herbs Road. There's a limited site distance for it to be on Herbs Road, and we haven't seen any problems with the way it's currently functions, so we don't think there'll be a problem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question just concerning, there was a lot of comments involving the increased traffic along Westlake Boulevard, the projected increased traffic along Westlake Boulevard. Can you comment and just give some idea? Was two questions. One, was there consideration given in the reports that we have before us on the volume of traffic? And then two, can you just give me a general idea and maybe answer some of their questions with regard to how much traffic is barreling down Westlake?
Give me a second, please.
Of course.
Where did I? How should I answer this? Okay, so there was a traffic study prepared for the environmental document, and what it looked at is if all the uses at the park were used all at the same time, which is highly unlikely, but that's worst case scenario if that were to happen. So really the understanding is that during a cross-country meet on a Thursday afternoon, the entire park is also at full capacity. And with that understanding, or that assumption, they assumed there would be about 1,500 trips per day, which, again, this is worst case. And that's for the whole park. It doesn't mean they're all going to be on Westlake Boulevard. And the traffic study looks at a trip distribution where they look at where they're coming and going from. And I don't have the number of how many trips are barreling down Westlake Boulevard, but the road itself is not at capacity. If you drive on it, what we look at is at intersections and how are the intersections going to operate, and we look at during the PM peak hour. Well, as we heard, the cross-country meets, all the park uses aren't being used at their peak during the PM peak hour. Again, if it's 1,500 trips a day, you look at about 10% would be in the PM peak. That'd be like 150 trips. Divided by 3 different streets, because you have Herbs, Arbalest, and Westlake, you have 50 additional trips possibly added to Westlake Boulevard during the PM peak, impacting the intersections. And that would be going in both directions. So I don't know if that's more than you wanted to know or not.
No, that's
you wanted
perfect.
to know.
I was actually wanted to ask, more to hopefully answer some of maybe their concerns. I read the report. I understand it from my time on the Traffic Commission and working with you previous. My second question perhaps is for the city attorney. There was comments made about from what I understand, a 9th district court case that mandated this park go in. I don't know if the city had any comments or anything to add about it, because it wasn't in our staff report from what I saw.
I do not have any comments on that prior matter, and it wasn't something that was part of my analysis for this project tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sticking with traffic for a moment, we had a question from one citizen regarding changing the process of the left turn arrow into Scenic Park, which I guess would be southbound on Herbs, from an intermittent to a constant, I guess, every cycle going through that. Is that something that was considered part of that? I presume it's just a matter of programming, but was that considered as part of this effort to maybe make that as part of the routine for that traffic cycle?
In fact, as some you may be aware, the city's currently has installed, I think it's 4 flashing yellows, which is kind of the opposite of having it rest on red. So it's only, we have one right outside at Dallas Drive. It only is a red arrow and holds it red when there's a lot of oncoming traffic. And so the city's looking almost like the opposite, and this is intersections is a good candidate to install the flashing yellow so that you can make that left any time except for when there's a lot of opposing traffic. It's just a matter of budgeting, and currently it's not in the budget, but it's one of the signals that the city's looking at doing. We can always keep evaluating the signal, so if after this project goes in and something different needs to be done with the traffic signal, we'd look at it that time too. But right now it wasn't part of the project to change the signal prior to the project going in.
I was out there this afternoon with the Park District staff in that afternoon rush, 3 to 3:30, and it was very busy, but it dissipated very rapidly. It comes and goes in a hurry. With that scenario of a blinking yellow light, when that traffic volume peaks, would that then trigger that type of a setting where now it's regulated and goes through the typical cycle?
Yes, it would hold the oncoming traffic, and then you'd have the solid green, and then it would hold the red while the traffic goes through.
Okay, thank you. And then there was quite a few comments regarding the safety of Westlake Boulevard, not necessarily the crossing, but a lot of it had to just do with the speed of the traffic. I've driven down that road, and I know you can get up a pretty good head of speed without even trying. And then you do have that curve down there. Is that something that has been at issue for a time since the road was built, or is it operating as it should and no issues more there than anywhere else, or is that a trouble spot?
The police officer may want to chime in, but we don't have any recorded documented accidents that are special to this area or Westlake Boulevard. Historically, when there's an accident regarding speeding, there's something else involved with it, drunk driving, something like that. But there's no accident pattern in this area that needs to be corrected, or for example, we don't have permanent radar feedback signs yet. We could, to remind people that they're speeding and then they should slow down. But this isn't even an area that's been on the radar to install put it in the city's budget, install them. That doesn't mean it can't be done. But this is similar to what you said, probably no different than lots of other areas in the city where people speed.
So the reference that we heard this evening regarding several people killed, running into trees, do we not have record of this actually occurring?
There have been people killed on Westlake Boulevard. Westlake runs from Arvillus down to Potrero Road. So yes, there have been fatalities on Westlake Boulevard, but not specifically in this area and only clustered in this area.
Okay.
Thank you. And Chair and Commissioners, I just want to give you a caution on when you discuss traffic accidents and you select a street, let's say Westlake Boulevard, one of the concerns I would have is, and for staff as well, is just there can be so many generalities when you discuss things and you have an accident. An accident can happen for many reasons: speed, inattention, drunk driving, of course, impairments, so many other factors. Cars not, colliding in, creating a combination type of accident. So I'm just going to give you a caution for staff as well that if you have a very specific concern about a location, that's great. You had a great question earlier, just that when we get into these generalities, we start expanding into what ifs and hypotheticals that really have no basis, at least in my opinion, on facts that we can look at tonight. Certainly we can hear those concerns, but I don't think as far as how the analysis is done, we had a traffic analysis done for this project, and that's what we would be focused on for this park itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Then, Ms. Leopold, there was a question from one of the residents regarding authorization to reject any future development. Could you go through what steps would take place if the park district at some point decided, hey, we wanted to change what we're doing out there? What would that be possible, and if so, what would be the process for that?
With regard to the current improvements, as the Park District had mentioned, these have been reviewed and considered with at different public meetings with the neighbors. If the Park District were to request a change in one of the proposed improvements to perhaps a little more passive or passive-active, they would need to first consult with the neighbors and have some community outreach. We would then look at their request if they wanted to provide an application and determine whether it could be considered administratively or at a public hearing with the Planning Commission. Either way, it would be in writing, and it would be something that we would need to review and consider. But these improvements that they're currently requesting are in the conditions. They're pretty much set in stone, per se, and they have to manage as best they can to stay within the approved improvements. The difficulty here is that I think the Park District has had a long and difficult wayfinding in order to make this a passive and semi-passive park. I believe there's probably no intent to change the improvements, but you could go back to the Park District and ask for clarification.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Shepard, did you have something to add?
Yes, Chair, I do have one little bit of information to add. There's a question about the federal judgment, per se, as far as Lang Ranch. I actually worked here back in 32 years ago. It was about 30 years ago or so. The Lang Ranch Company did sue the city in federal court. There was actually a stipulated judgment developed as part of that decision. It covered primarily the eastern portion of the Lang Ranch area for development of the various communities in that portion of the Lang Ranch area. And I seem to recall the park site was part of that, although I don't know the full details of it at this point. I cannot recall that, but there was stipulated judgment in fact on that.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioners, other questions for staff? I've got a couple of questions that were raised by citizens. Regarding bathroom locations, there were two distinct questions. One of them was the public safety aspect. One speaker advocated having bathrooms right by the parking lot, but not down low because of possible homeless or drug user use of those facilities. Is that, what about that concern, and would it be mitigated by only having fewer restrooms in higher places?
Essentially, it's my understanding that each of the restrooms will be adjacent to the parking areas. In this case, we want them close by so that the police can monitor any activities. They'll be quite visible, and essentially we'll make sure that the residences are not impacted as far as the distance to the facilities.
Okay, and another citizen's concern was being a neighbor right across from the middle school and being concerned about having a restroom right next to their property and asking if that restroom could be moved farther away from their property. Is that a feasible thing to do?
Certainly, we will look at that when we review the fine construction drawings and work with the Park District in order to achieve any further distance from that residence.
Great. And I hope you would continue to take input from that citizen and other citizens as well during that point of the process.
Yes.
Great. Okay, and then the final, I think the other commissioners have covered most of the other citizen comments. There was one from a Lang Ranch resident's concern about overflow parking, that there is a limited amount of parking on site. Is there a protocol to deal with, or a complaint process in place, some method of dealing with complaints about overflow parking?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last comment.
Is there a process, if there is a problem with overflow parking, park users who can't get into the lots and end up parking in Lang Ranch, let's say, across Arbalest, is there a process in place with dealing with complaints about that overflow parking?
Well, certainly, I'm sure the traffic division may provide some input, but with regard to overflow parking, if they are public streets, certainly residents, or not residents, but people have the ability to park on a public street. The lot on Avenida de los Arboles will hold approximately 23 vehicles. And if more are needed, certainly the Park District can certainly look into that and look at expanding that lot if needed for another few more vehicles. It just depends on the use of that lot. And it's not really close to the bike park. If there are individuals that want to use the bike park area, it would be best served by the parking lot over where Scenic Park and Herbs are located, since it's a little bit larger parking lot area.
And we should emphasize too, not all in one place, but there are more than 200 parking spaces all told in this project, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's
right. Now they're distributed all
201 total parking spaces distributed over approximately 4 different areas of parking.
All right. That's all the questions I had. Are there any other questions for staff? Then we'll go back to our applicant. Mr. Hare, you have a 5-minute rebuttal period.
Thank you very much, Chair Newman and members of the Commission, and thank you very much to the folks that came out to speak tonight regarding this project. In a nutshell, what I found in summary is that the best part of this whole process is even the folks that were addressing some concerns, most of the concerns are due for their passion for their parks. And there's some comments made about why do we need this park, because we've got other parks. So obviously parks are a good thing. People are very pleased with the parks that we have. I think the Conejo-Recan Park District in over our 50 years has demonstrated an ability to work with the neighbors to develop parks and maintain the operations, and in a nutshell, like I said, in summary, be very good neighbors. We've had, over the years, of course, there's issues that happen all the time with parks, whether it's with permitted groups or non-permitted groups. We had one gentleman here tonight I'm assuming he was talking about living in a cul-de-sac. I'm assuming he's talking about just on the northern edge of the park, like the northwest part of the park. That's why we have the parking, so people don't have to park in a cul-de-sac and and jump over a fence. I mean, I'd rather park in a parking lot and access that way. But if something, and I think one of the commissioners did ask, are there methods or ways for complaints to happen regarding the park and to modify operations that we have? And the method is to call us. We react. We try to react as quickly and as swiftly as we can to whatever the situation is and make it better for everybody. Again, we want to be good neighbors. Some of the other points, and hopefully I'm not repeating myself or repeating what staff said. This is a park. It's been designated a park for a very long time. It's something that we've wanted to develop for decades. This is not designated as open space. This is a park. We do value wildlife. We do value what goes on in the parks. And as some of the folks had mentioned, that this was a much more intensive park with ball fields and a community center and a gym, and we made it much less intensive. It's going to be a very useful passive and semi-passive park. And we still have, I mean, we mentioned, there's other parks nearby, as with every zone that we have. There's neighborhood parks and play fields, and we want the community to enjoy all the parks that are out there. And someone had questioned the acreage needed per 1,000 residents. That's easily accessible. I mean, you can contact me and I will show you on our website, but if you look at our master plan, we have a breakdown of park acreage, existing park acreage and park acreage deficiencies that we have. Let's see, what else? We're during this process, as we fine-tune the construction plans, we'll continue to work with the residents and the staff and the user groups to fine-tune it. The bathroom in question off of Scenic Park, are you? There you are. Thank you. Yeah, I talked to her. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting Margaret, right? Yeah, I talked to her last week, and we're more than willing to move it a little bit further away. We placed it. It's like by the playground, and not necessarily. It's still walking distance from the parking lot, but now it's near the playground. Maybe that's something we move 20 feet south at the parking lot rather than right at the playground. So we're just trying to accommodate the people who are at the playground and the parking lot. But that's just one example of we're more than willing to work with the residents and do the best that we can. And be good neighbors, and again work with the city and their staff. A lot of for some of the safety questions they had as far as the operations, we'll have a memorandum of understandings with like the disc golf folks, the Thousand Oaks Soaring Society, and permits with the cross-country people. And this way it gives them, it's an organized group that they have to answer to us. So in addition to us overseeing what happens in the park, there'll be a management and an operational and a maintenance component from these folks who can, for lack of a better word, be policing themselves. So something bad, they know if there's a bad guy in the group and he's messing up, that they're going to say, hey, if you just keep on messing around, the park district's going to kick us off. And we will. If someone's messing up out there, they're gone, because they know this is a unique opportunity that they have. So we will working with all of them and their representatives. Also, I think it was Kathy was talking about the traffic. When we do have large events, I'll be done in a second. When we do have large events, we'll have, like, since we do have MOUs with like the disc golf folks, we'll say, you cannot be out there playing disc golf while there's large events going on. So the operations don't cross. One question about the financing. It's not that we don't have the money. It's just right now we have not determined. It's to be determined. As you well know, we cannot enter to a construction contract with somebody without having the money in our budget. So that's something that's to be determined. We haven't earmarked exactly where the funds are, but we do have the financial capability to complete this project. And in conclusion, I said we're very excited about this. Going to be working with everybody, whether it's the last bits of construction documents, and we'll continue to work with everybody and continue to be good neighbors as we have been for the past 50 plus years. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, question? Commissioner McMahon.
Hi. Excuse me. I was lucky enough to get a tour of the whole area, or a lot of the area, on Saturday, and I saw where the stream is, and we had a speaker who talked about cattails and birds, and I'm not an expert. I just looked, and it looked like there was 145 acres, and it looked like it was a really large area, and 12% is going to be utilized. So am I to make the assumption that this will not, because it's such a small part of the 145 acres, that the cattails won't be impacted much and the birds will still have places to be?
Oh, definitely. And our goal is to actually improve the conditions that are out there. We'll go to the Lang Creek and actually clean it up with invasives that are out there to promote additional habitats for species.
Okay. Let's see. I think you answered my other question, which was about the funding, so thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hare, I do have a couple of questions, just a follow-up on Commissioner McMahon's comment regarding the vegetation impacts. On our tour this afternoon, you were pointing out the playground area there by Scenic Park and Herbs, and then the parking areas, one off of Arbalest and then off of Westlake. It seemed to me like most of those areas are either disturbed or already graded. So is there any significant areas that there will be some massive vegetation removal? Because it seems to me like most of them are just those parking areas, which seems to be mostly just rutteral grass and almost some weeds in a few places.
Correct. The areas that we're touching are there's not going to be the parking lots are probably the biggest areas that will be actually making parking lots. But there's all the other areas. There's not a lot of we're not stripping things bare and moving a lot of dirt. There's just not a lot of construction and grading that's going to be going on out there. That's going to be heavy on the removing existing native species.
Okay. Yeah, in fact, the reference to weeds I was making, you had pointed out that there's a lot of Russian thistle out there, the tumbleweed, which is a non-native plant out through there, which would definitely impact the area. But I mean, I've been hiking out there for many, many years. I don't live too far away from this. And the Lang Creek area, that area is basically going to be preserved as is. There's no real plans within the Lang Creek area. Is that correct?
Except for making it better.
Okay. And as far as the actual development, is this going to be, once you get the funding, you do it all, or is this something where you can do phases, portions at a time?
Well, as far as we would, what I would envision is that we would do it with one contract, and it would be, and it depends on what your definition of phasing would be, meaning that we could start with some on-site work, some volunteer work that we could do, or like some trail work. That's something that doesn't require a contractor. But then when we actually when we want to get into the heavier work with a contractor, we definitely have to start with the off-site improvements, so we can get people onto the site safely. So to answer your question, I think it would be more like internal phasing by the contractor on how he's going to do it. But we would have a start and then we'd have it end. But we wouldn't have a 1 year gap between any activity. We will go straight through until the project's completed.
Okay. And then just to clarify a comment you made, I know there's a number of comments from residents, concerns about locations, whether it be next to their yard or next to walls and such. Is this kind of a conceptual plan that we're seeing now where you can work with the neighbors? And if so, how then, if you get to the contract working document phase, how then would you interact with the residents so that they can see what the ultimate final plan is?
Well, what I would ask is if it pleases the commission, and if I could get the contact information of everybody who was at the meeting tonight, I can include them on our email distribution list, which probably has about 300 emails on it already. So when this is typical of what we do with any park. And then as we go along in the stages, we would send out appropriate emails saying, this is where we are, this is what's going on, click here to see the the plans, take a look at this, and go on like that. Just depending, but that's not unusual what we do for all of our parks.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was two individuals, I believe, made a comment about a related federal court case or a state court case involving either what we've learned as a stipulated judgment or a actual judgment, or, I mean, do you have any comments or anything to add, or is that kind of in the history books of this park?
Well, John was working here, but I was in high school, so. John used to babysit me. No, it's history. Honestly, unfortunately, I can't answer that question. I remember reading it, but it was not something that was that tipped the scales of what we're doing or not doing. It's just it was a history lesson, and I apologize, I don't know the exact details.
Well, I mean, you can actually testify to this. When you were reading it, is it to the point where it mandated XYZ must go into the park, or was it just we need to give the community a park?
My best recollection would be it needs to be a park.
Okay.
Not that certain things must be in the park, just that.
Because my only concern is that I don't want, the city and the district to go and spend the money it needs to spend to get this park, should it be approved, and then somebody does their legal research and turns around and finds that, we're legally mandated to provide X, Y, and Z, which is not in the project.
No, I'm positive we're okay.
Okay. And then by comparison, we had a lot of comments. Can you just give us a little history lesson? From what I understand, this original idea for the park had baseball fields and soccer fields, and we were going to do a lot more paving and removing of plant and vegetation and wildlife. And can you just give me a brief?
Sure. Very. I mean, unfortunately, it's long, but I'll give you as brief as I can. The Lang Ranch Community Park, as several people mentioned, we had a focus group probably 15, 20 years ago or so. They met, they decided what they wanted at the park. Again, before my time, so I can't really speak to exact details, but that's when the master plan of 5 or 6 ball fields, I think 4 or 5 of them were lighted, nearly 500 parking spots, a quote-unquote typical community center, which would have classrooms, you have preschool, playground, a full court indoor gymnasium. There was outdoor basketball courts, outdoor roller hockey courts, and then the neighborhood park over at Herbs, our typical neighborhood park, playground, parking, restrooms, the appropriate number of restrooms throughout the park. So that was, in a nutshell, that's what the original park plan was. We did receive litigation from the Lang Ranch homeowners, I forget the title, but folks that sued us over some of regarding our EIR and some of the decisions made from that. Along with that, at the same time, we were doing geotechnical investigations regarding the site and the ancient Herbs Road landslide underneath, and even currently right now we have about 16 monitoring wells out there look at the movement of the landslide in the earth. And what it came down to was we got a plan from the civil engineer saying, okay, to make sure that the landslide's not going to affect anything, you got to do anywhere from these earthen dams that were below surface, 80 feet deep, 100 feet wide, 200 feet long on this one, and throughout the whole park. It's going to cost you about $20 million. And when it's all said and done, you're going to spend $20 million, and you're going to look at the park, and it's going to look exactly like it does right now, because all you're doing is stabilizing the slip plane underneath. And we decided that was not a feasible park, that we didn't want to spend that type of money and doing all that type of work just to have the park, you're basically back to square one. So that's when we abandoned the master plan, and then continued we had these community meetings with brainstorming sessions with different groups, plus with the plaintiffs, and we had this much less intensive project that came out of this, and this is the project that you have before you tonight.
And by comparison, just so my notes are correct, 17 acres are going to be improved?
Correct, 17 acres out of 145.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? I just have one other question. In our supplemental packet today, we received, and I think your office also received, a letter from the Conejo Oak Tree Advocates. This is the group that was formed after the public outcry after the removal of many oak trees at Westlake Plaza. And there are a number of concerns they raised. Several of them are about pruning of trees. One is about the location of the bike park. In your comments earlier and just now, you've been very open about saying we want to work with residents. And so my question is, are you willing to commit to working with the Oak Tree Advocates just as you have with all the other residents?
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, there's nothing in there that maybe take a step back. I mean, it's things we're going to do anyway. You know, we're not going to be developing amenities underneath oak trees. We're going to work closely with our contractor, with the city folk. I mean, it's an open book. If someone wants to come out and take a tour, we're more than happy to show, because it's a huge park. I mean, that's kind of the weird part. It's not one building with one oak tree that you could drive down and say what's going on. I'm more than happy to give folks, staff, other people tours, and that's even something like we had mentioned before about communicating with the 300 plus or 400 people or anyone. We could have a progress tour where we meet on site and take everyone around and show them what's going on when we're 3 months into the project. We can do things like that also.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, then I will go ahead and thank you for your testimony and all the work of your team. And I will go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for commissioners to discuss or make a motion on this application. Don't all speak up at once. Do we have a motion to begin? Commissioner Nichols.
Well, first I just wanted to thank everyone for coming today. I know we've got a number of, whether it's organized groups or neighborhoods, representatives or citizenry. I just appreciate your being here. Many times we hear cases and it's just a few applicants, and we're trying to grasp for the heartbeat of the community. So it's nice to have people coming and sharing, whether it be via email, your written testimony here, the cards, or your public testimony. Appreciate that. I've been aware of this site for many, many years. Like I said, I live not too far away from it. Actually was on staff here at the planning department when Lang Ranch was being built and was fully aware of the project at that point. Attended meetings when it was going through the first round as the Lang Ranch Community Park, and was pleased to see how things have evolved over time, where it is more of a passive, and I've seen the site and the proposed improvements, and I think it certainly preserves what's out there. In fact, I made a comment to the staff out there today where it's like you can almost imagine cattle still roaming the hillsides out there, and I don't think too much of that's going to change with what's being proposed, especially with the improvements being around the perimeter. The core of the property will remain. It'll appear as open space even though it's defined as a park. So I've kind of been following this all along. I can still remember back in the days with the debris basin going in and all the oak tree removals. I mean, lots of discussion around this property for years and years, even the Lang Ranch development itself, many, many years. But I've appreciated the Park District's effort and openness to kind of bring this to the community at all levels so that everyone can be engaged and provide input, reaching out to the stakeholders, reaching out to the community, the neighbors, still being willing to work with the neighbors to kind of refine this even more as it moves forward. I also appreciate the minimum environmental impacts, just that there will be some, but there has to be some parking to accommodate a few people, and I think they've done a good job with that. So I like the idea that it is going to be a park, but still has a passive park and still has the open space. I'm also very impressed that with all the oak trees out there, that none of these oak trees on site will be impacted, not even encroachments, which usually we get a few here and there. One in the median out in the street for the left turn lane, but I think we're able to address that as well. But I think with the downsizing and the proposal as it is, I would like to go ahead and recommend approval of the project, which includes, and make sure I get the list of them here, DP 2016-70212, Oak Tree Permit 2016-70213, Special Use Permit 2016-70214, and Parcel Map Waiver 2016-70216, based on the findings and the conditions of approval as contained in the report.
And as modified. I had one typo.
That's correct, and as modified. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. Other comments? Commissioner McMahon.
Excuse me. I want to echo a lot of what you said. I love the fact that it is only 12% utilized, and it's going to still have that natural look. And what I like most of all is it's going to have the non-traditional activities. We have a lot of parks that have the soccer and the baseball and basketball and all that stuff that I love, and that's great. But this is a park that's going to kind of teach the community new things and give kind of an ability for people who like to do non-traditional sports a place to do them. I want to make a comment because it sounds like a lot of my fellow commissioners don't know a lot about cross country. Both my kids ran cross country, and they did play traditional sports also. Cross country is a fantastic sport. It's the kids who run it they're smart, they're focused, they're dedicated because it's hard. They run, so the meets are 3 miles, but the practices can be 6 or 8. And so these are amazing kids, and anything we can do to promote cross country, I think is wonderful. I guess that's all I have to say, but I will vote for the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pletcher.
I just wanted to bring up actually what you had brought up with condition number 30. I liked your idea of implementing, just for clarification, 100% to be clear, the idea of the construction workers and their back and forth residential vehicles being included, just to 100% make clear to the contractors that will be involved with the work. I mean, I have no doubt that the Park District is going to manage this project perfectly should it be approved. However, I just want to make sure, I personally would like that modification just to be included, just as clarification. Construction-related vehicles, including, I guess we could say, all construction worker residential vehicles, or something to that effect be added.
You can't modify it any further than was modified by Chair Nichols unless you want to open the public hearing and make sure that the applicant is okay with the new condition as proposed.
I have 2 comments to make on that. I agree with you in spirit. I want to do the same thing, and this, the larger process issue, because it seems like all of the larger projects that we hear applications for, I don't think there's any dissent. I think all of us are saying we would like to see that made a condition. I think the time to have that discussion is on the commission comments section of this evening's hearing. With regard to the motion that's before us at the moment. My interpretation of what staff testimony on this condition was that the city would enforce the term construction-related vehicles to include the personal cars and trucks, any vehicles of construction workers. And so that essentially already means that for this case. If we want to go a step further and explicitly state that, there is a process to do that, but as Mr. Heeger just said, we'd have to withdraw the motion, reopen the public hearing, check with the applicant, check about rewording that. I don't know that that's necessary given that in this case, in this one case, staff has said that they'll do what we're asking for. So is that, I guess my question to you is that sufficient to address your concern on this issue?
Well, it actually certainly is. I'll pull my comments for purposes of the motion and reserve them for the commissioner comments at the end of the
and let's
meeting today.
Let's do have that discussion at that point.
So that being said, this project and consideration of this project has been a great history lesson for me. The one thing I do enjoy about being on this commission is what seems to be with each project, you learn a little bit more about the history of Thousand Oaks, the history of where we've come from and where we are moving toward. And I just want to, assure everyone that this is something I don't take lightly. I certainly like to know the history of these projects and know everything about the area in which we're considering for a development. Secondly, I just want to echo Commissioner Nichols' comments and, as always, thank everyone for coming out today, be it for or against this project. I, again, certainly always appreciate public comment, public input, because without that comment, I don't know if it was Commissioner Nichols who said this, but we can't get the heartbeat of the residents. All we hear from is the applicant and staff, and we don't hear anything else. So certainly I want to encourage each one of you to continue to be involved with the city and keep coming out to these meetings. Thirdly, I just want to say I was impressed with the Park District and their alternative thinking by going out and getting groups like the Soaring group tonight. My nephew ran cross country, so I'm very familiar with going to meets and watching races to this nature. I think it would be a great addition to the city, especially the bike park area. And so with that being said, I certainly do support this project along with the two previous commissioners who just spoke.
Thank you, Commissioner Pletcher. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the CRPD crew for getting where you are, thinking back 20 plus years to the first focus group on which I sat and listened and suggested, and we worked long and hard for that first package, which obviously wasn't acceptable. And looking at the parcel now, this is the last piece, excuse me, of the Lang Ranch development from a practical standpoint. That's the park that was promised in the beginning. And so I think you've done a good job at CRPD of listening to the people. And I think the people that have come out tonight, for or against, should continue to believe that if you speak up, somebody will listen. That's been proven by CRPD with the proposal that's in front of us tonight, which I will support. So it's been a long process. Time to get it done.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. I want to echo the gratitude that the other commissioners have expressed, to give my thanks to everyone who came to speak tonight, both for and against this proposal. I agree with virtually every statement that was made tonight, to both for and against. The concerns that the against people have are concerns that I have as well. And I didn't hear any one statement that was factually inaccurate or spurious. On the pro side, I also want to add my commendation to CRPD for working over many iterations to get this right, to come up with a plan that has a very light footprint. I want to agree with the comments that were made about this being really a gem. I want to agree with the comments that were made, some in opposition, but saying the reason we all live in Thousand Oaks is because we have all these wonderful spaces, and we don't want to mess them up. We don't want to put concrete over them. We don't want to urbanize them. This is what makes Thousand Oaks have its unique character. And where I come down on this is to agree with other comments that have been made about this being a very light footprint on the space. I share the concerns that many have raised, but on balance, I think this is done right. And I'll continue to have the concerns, particularly about preserving wildlife, preserving our namesake oak trees on this space. I definitely have concerns about the safety of Westlake Boulevard. I've been a pretty good revenue source for the sheriff's department coming down that street on occasion, and I know I'm not the only one. So that is a concern. But what we've all learned tonight is that we all can work together, and when we do, we come up with something that's a better plan. And this is a much better plan than the one that was proposed a decade or more ago. It's a better plan, it costs less, and it makes more of us in the community happier and gives us alternative things to do. And I just also, as a final note, want to agree with what Commissioner McMahon said about cross-country being great. I went to a high school where the coolest kids and the smartest kids were cross-country runners. I wasn't one of them, but it's a wonderful sport, and I'm glad to see that they'll have this space to practice that in, as will other groups. So I, along with the other commissioners, do plan to support the motions before us. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize Board Director, Park District Board Director Chuck Huffer being here this evening, sitting through this. And thank you for being here, but I just asked, I know Mr. Hare and his team are doing a great job with this. If you could also just pass along some of what you observed tonight to your fellow board members, some of the concerns expressed, and even at your level, reach out as much as possible so that you can, we're all serving the same constituents, as you well know. And just to let everyone know that even at your level, you're here. I just appreciate that. And if you could just pass that along for us.
And are there any other comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. As usual, a 10-day appeal period is in effect. Any aggrieved party may appeal this decision within the next 10 days to the Community Development Department. At this point, I propose that we take a recess for 10 minutes, actually 12 minutes. We will return at 9 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Will the recording secretary please call our next case, 6B?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case RPD 2016-70167 and parcel map waiver 2016-70207. Applicant, Gem Street Properties. Request to construct a 40-unit apartment building with 3 affordable units, density bonus, and a lot merger. Location, 71 North Conejo School Road, 135 North Conejo School Road.
Thank you. And for our staff presentation tonight, Ms.
Good evening, Chair Newman.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Commission. The request in front of you is for the construction of a 40-unit apartment complex on North Conejo School Road, about 300 feet north of, just drew a blank on the street. Sorry. Thousand Oaks Boulevard, actually, sorry. And also the request includes the merging of 2 lots that are owned by the same common ownership. Again, the property is about 300 feet north of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And to the south of it is the Lakestone Mobile Park. To the north of it are some duplexes and 4-plex units. To the west, we have the Crestwood Chalet Apartments. And on the east side, you have some empty property as well as some townhomes. And then southeast is the Toyota dealership. The 2 lots that are going to be merged are a total of 1.02 acres of land. The zoning for this property is RPD 30, which is high-density residential. And right now there's a 1-story apartment building and a single-family residence that total 4 total units in the area that are going to be that are currently located on the property. This is the view of the property from Chiquita Lane, and to the north, and towards west and south. You do west, and in behind you can see the assisted living facility. And then this one is further north, and it has the Avalon Apartments, and I wanted to show that this is basically another 3-story building that is on the same street, as well as the trail and public improvements that are on the side of the property, of Conejo School Road, I should say. The 1.02 net acres allows for, sorry, it should be 30 units per acre, not 15. I apologize for that. At any rate, the property can have 30 units per the zoning, and the applicant is actually proposing to provide 3 affordable housing units at very low income levels. And by providing the 3 units, it actually allows the project to qualify for a maximum density bonus of 32.5%, which it turns to be 10 additional units. So from the 30 units they could have on the property, plus the 10 additional units that they get through the density bonus program, they'll have a total of 40 units. The units will be income restricted for 55 years, and that's per state requirements. Also, by having the affordable units, the project actually complies or qualifies, I should say, for 2 incentives. The one incentive that the applicant is using is the increase of the building coverage from 35% to 40%, and this is per the space allocation area that the RPD zoning allows to have. The second incentive they're using is the parking reduction per se, where with the density bonus, parking for 1-bedroom apartment units, you need 1 parking space, and for apartment units that are 2 or 3 bedrooms, there are 2 parking spaces required. The difference between this and the current RPD zoning without any density bonus incentives, if you were looking at the 40 units in total, it would require 70 parking spaces instead of the 60 parking spaces that are required right now. But more importantly is that with the density bonus, you do not need to provide guest parking. And if the project were market rate and it had to be, and guest parking had to be provided for, it will have to be at surface. It could not be in the underground parking structure. So that's basically like one of the main differences in this incentive. So right now, parking required for this project is 60, and they're actually providing 62 spaces. The combination of the units on this apartment complex is there are 20 one-bedroom units and 22 bedroom units. They do have a single level underground parking structure. There is access from a single driveway 25 foot wide off Conejo School Road. And like I mentioned a little while ago, the applicant is proposing 62 parking spaces while 60 are only needed. 19 of those are tandem, which is also allowed within the density bonus incentive, as well as some other projects that we have in the city that the commission has approved. The current grading entails 6,000 cubic yards of dirt of cut and 500 cubic yards of fill, with 5,500 cubic yards being exported, which is approximately 400 truck trips. This is the site plan, and it's actually a combination site plan landscape plan to give you a feel for the project. This is the first floor. Access is from Conejo School Road. You have the main access to a lobby and continue back to common areas that have a club room, fitness room, and also has an open patio area that has barbecues, fire pits, water features, and sitting areas. To the south of the property, you have the entry to the garage, the underground parking garage, and then behind it you see that the units are laid out around in a U shape, and the 1 and 2 bedroom units are dispersed on either side as well as on the other floors. It also has like a dog run area. It has like a small play area. I mean, not play area, it's more like a gathering area, I should say. And all the apartments also have their own private balconies and patios that comply with the RPD zone regulations. In regards to front and side yards for the project, the project complies with the requirements of the RPD zone, and also in addition, because of the fact that they have an underground parking structure, the setbacks need to be increased by 5 feet on the front and 4 feet on the sides. And also because of the building height, the side yard setbacks have been increased to meet the minimum requirements for per the RPD zone classification. In regards to the rear setback, that setback is usually established or determined by the Planning Commission. Typically, the city has used 15 to 20 feet on the rear yard. And in addition to that, there's a 4-foot additional landscape setback that is required because of the underground parking structure. What the applicant is proposing is basically about 17 feet setback at the two parts of the building. I'm going to go back to the other slide. If you look at the west side of the project, you basically have a portion is about 45 feet, 56 feet and 45 feet on the other side. But the center of the building, it backs up quite a bit, about 73 feet from the property line. So it is staff opinion that the combination of both the shorter part of the building with the shorter setback and then combined with the longer setback that takes you to the common areas of the 73 feet, that basically it complies with the intent of the code. And we suggest that what they're proposing is satisfactory. I mentioned earlier that one of the incentives that the applicant is requesting is the structure coverage. This is a table, represents the RPD space allocation analysis, which entails structure coverage, paved areas, open space, and other areas. The guidelines called out for 35%, 25%, 35%, and 5%, each. In this particular case, for the structure coverage, they're using 40% instead of the 35%. Under the incentive for density bonus, this is something that is allowed. Obviously, the paved areas are less because if you notice on the site plan earlier, the only paved area is really going to the underground parking garage, the driveway. The rest is either hardscape or landscape areas. So that area is decreased quite a bit, and the open space actually larger because all the additional space is being used for, again, landscape and hardscape areas. So staff is okay with this proposed incentive that they're using on this one. In addition to site amenities, they also provide an 8-foot minimum wide multi-purpose trail. Part of it is on private property, and part of it is via an easement. The actual property line kind of jogs, kind of like halfway to the property. So that's why part of it is in private, public line, and part of it is in private property. And also the trash collection is going to be a curbside. On the first floor, there's a trash room that is on the on the south side of the building, and the waste management company will retrieve the bins from inside the trash room and do the collection. Another thing that I should mention on the site plan is that the frontage of the property for about 75 feet is going to be marked as no parking zone, since that's where the fire department will take access in case of an emergency. So most likely, a lot of the frontage of the property will be no parking due to fire lane access, as well as the entrance to the driveway to the parking structure. In regards to the building design, this is a contemporary design. They're using materials like stucco, stone veneer, fiberboard siding, glass railings, and metal canopies. The building height varies between 35 and 38 feet, and it also has some towers that peak about 42 feet, but that's more just their tower access, since they have to have access to the roof. The setbacks were calculated on the worst case condition of the 38 feet. The project does meet the architectural design guidelines. However, staff is recommending some minor changes that the applicant has agreed to, and when you see the elevations, you'll understand what we're asking for. But we're asking basically for metal canopies in some of the upper windows, decorative trim or cornice at the top of the parapet wall, and also the material that we have for the fiberboard siding has a little bit of a sheen that we wanted to see if we can have something that is more matte. So we're going to look at either different colors, different finish, or different type of material, but basically all within the same that they're proposing. And also the colors, we have discussed with them maybe going more on the warmer tones versus what they're proposing, and they have agreed to that, and we'll be working with the applicant later on to determine that colors. But it's going to be basically on the same scheme that they're proposing. So this is a rendering of the front elevation. As you notice over here, they have a stone veneer at the entry and some of the entry features. On the balconies at the corners of the building, that's where they're proposing some of the fiberboard siding. And what we're talking about, the cornice or trim is basically at the intermediate tower elements, and the metal canopies we're asking maybe just on the top windows, just so they can provide some shade for the upper windows. The windows are actually recessed, so that's why we're only asking it for the upper part windows, not the ones in the middle. This is a view that kind of looks northwest, and it shows you a little bit of the elevation towards the south side of the project, which basically mimics what you have going on the front. And then this one is looking southwest, and again, kind of showing you a vignette of the north elevation, and also giving you the perception of the angle looking south, and that way you can see that the building has actually a lot of articulation going on. You have large, deep balconies, and then you have vertical movement and horizontal movement in this project. This one gives you a better view of the actual floor plan and the layout. This is the second and third floor plan, and basically they have a common interior corridor, but the building itself is in a shape of a U, which also allows to have the opening to the courtyard and to the common area in the center. And this one shows you the parking structure on the ground, and they do have tandem parking. They have regular parking. They have bike racks areas, and also have dog washing area. And like I said, in this layout, they actually have 2 parking spaces that are surplus. In regards to the parcel map waiver, the 2 parcels that are being merged are contiguous and they're under common ownership. And the one parcel is 0.47 acres, and the second parcel is 0.55 acres. And this project also qualifies as an exempt project under Class 32 as an infill project. And based on the findings and subject to the conditions that we have presented, the staff recommends approval of the RPD 2016-7167 and PM parcel map waiver 2016-7207. And staff's available here to answer any questions. We have Jim Taylor from Public Works and Shay Johnson from the Fire Department and Mr. Ed from, Kathy, she stayed here. I thought she was going. Kathy Larry from Public Works Traffic, and also we have Police Department present here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pedrosa, for your report. Commissioners, do you have questions for staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
I'll be short, I promise. I just had one, just for clarification, make sure I understand. With regard on page 83, the conditions number 17 and 19, the architectural treatment suggestions, you said the applicant has already looked over these and approved of these?
Yes, after the staff report was provided and sent out, we had a meeting with the applicant and they went over the comments with us and they said that they agreed to the changes what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. One of the conditions indicated that there's a evaluation of the low-income status for 55 years. Who administers that?
Right now we have staff within our department that is managing that after RDA was dissolved. So we do have a couple staff members that handle that at this time.
Commissioner McMahon.
Hi, I have one quick question. The guest parking, is there some formula you use as far as how much guest parking is needed for this many units? Because there's none on site, except for maybe those 2 extras spaces, and then you're going to block off some right in front of the building. So is there some way to know that there's going to be enough parking for guests?
The difference between a market rate project and an affordable housing density bonus project is that there's not separate requirement for guest parking. So therefore, parking based on the units is, like I said, 1 per for the 1 bedrooms and 2 per for the 2 bedrooms. It's a total of 60 spaces. Now, whether they have their guests come in and park in their space or not, that's something that they want to choose. Technically, guest parking cannot be on an underground parking structure. So right now it's going to be on-street parking for guests, and that comes, again, is one of the incentives for providing affordable housing.
And Chair, if I may, and to all the commissioners, because this is a affordable housing project and he is offering 3 units of very low income, which has a very specific designation, the government code and the state through their actions have come up with various code requirements, and think of this as a statewide public policy, not just for Thousand Oaks, but for every city that we have in our state, the need for affordable housing. And so to do that, one of the things that they provide, or the state provides, I should say, is under Government Code 65915, is various incentives, various restrictions of local power by the state to, again, encourage this type of design and units. And so because of that, Ms. Pedrosa is correct in which when you read the code, how they do this, they are actually saying if you're going to provide this X amount of low income or X amount of very low income, then there's a formula, and that formula is something, again, to, in a sense, provide extreme incentive for builders to take this risk, if you will, with very low income, because it is going to be restricted for 55 years. And so that is a deed that's recorded on the property, and although these are rentals, if another owner came in to buy the apartment complex itself, that owner would have the same restrictions. And so again, this is a very complicated but serious, I should say, or significant state policy designed to encourage developers to take advantage of this and to take, again, they're going to be offering 3 units for very low income. And so that's a plus for our city. It's a plus for the area, just because we need more affordable housing.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I'm sorry, a couple of additional questions. Under the conditions for approval, number 79, it talks about putting together a haul route and timing. And considering the number of truck trips, has there been any conversation with the applicant about extending the typical hours of operation for that removal process? And then second question, I understand that the parking that has been proposed meets the code, so I don't have any problem with that. But from a practical standpoint, looking at the project, looking at where it is, and the lack of parking on the street, and the lack of guest parking provided, again, understanding it's all legal, has there been any conversation with the applicant about that issue, or should we just ask him?
In regards to the guest parking, we have not had conversations with the applicant as to what he could do to accommodate guest parking, because, again, going back to the affordable component of it, it kind of limits us to what they're providing. So in that regards, we have not had that discussion, and I understand what the concerns are, but, we kind of, like Mr. Heath said, we kind of limit it to what the rules allows us to do. Now, in regards to the haul route, I'm going to have Mr. Taylor answer that question.
Well, I'm sure going to give it a shot. No, we have not had a conversation with the developer as yet about reducing the number of truck trips. That generally will come out when we start talking about the grading plan. We have yet to confirm the exact amount of cut and fill based upon an approved design. As far as the haul route itself goes, it's pretty simple to say that it's probably going to head down to the boulevard and out to one of the more current or nearby exits. These are large trucks. We don't want them passing up through a bunch of residential neighborhoods, so we'll be pushing them down toward the commercial center and toward Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Perhaps the applicant, when he has his time, can address the question more thoroughly.
I understand what the truck trips are, and I understand the trucks and the concept of Teal Boulevard. So that's easy. My question relates to the normal hours of operation for excavation and typical activity. Considering the number, the 393 plus or minus whatever it turns out to be, and considering the fact that you're probably going to put the trucks on Teal Boulevard, which is an active boulevard from about 5:30 in the morning until 6, 7 o'clock at night, it would make sense to me to minimize the pain that number of truck trips is going to take, to at least have a conversation and see if the applicant would like to stretch the removal time. So if you haven't had the conversation, that's okay. He's heard the question, and maybe he can address it when he gets to it.
Yeah, we have not had the conversation, but I do want to say that usually the hours of construction are limited from 7 to 7. So if you're suggesting extended hours of the grading operations, that's probably something that the commission can entertain after talking to the applicant, and we can add a condition to allow that, because otherwise they have to go through a special process to get extended hours approved.
Well, I'm suggesting that we at least consider it, considering the amount of activity that's going to be involved, whether it's approved or not, and whether he cares or not, his call. But it's just a practical thought, that's all.
No, yeah, and that's a good thought. On the other hand, we also have to look at the disturbance to the residents, after hours type of thing. So that's definitely something that you can address with the applicant and discuss with the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a few questions for Ms. Leopold and Mr. Johnson. I do have two questions for you, so just prompt you in advance. Curiosity, or I'm not sure, maybe even Mr. Heher on this one. This goes back to the 3 very low income units, allowing for a 32.5% increase in building coverage. Is there a formula that if you add 1 unit, you get so much? If you add 2 units, too much, 3 units? Or is this just like 3 and that's it? I'm not quite sure.
No, there's actually a formula, and it's depending how many units you're adding. Anything over 5%, you add, like a 1% or 2%, and, calculates. So basically the maximum is 32.5%. In this particular case, the 3 units qualify for that percentage. But yeah, there's a formula to it.
Okay, so this is the maximum in this case then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then building coverage, is that referring to the footprint of the structure on the parcel?
That is correct. That's just the footprint at grade level. The intent of that is to reduce the amount of building, so you have more landscape and hardscape and common areas. So that's what that comes about.
Okay. And likewise, regarding the parking incentive, you indicated that with the incentive, there's 1 parking place for each 0 to 1 bedroom unit, and then 2 parking places for every 2 to 3 bedroom units. What is it? What is the requirement without the incentive?
Yes, I do have my little piece of paper, and it just went somewhere else, but I think I can tell you from memory. Basically, in market rate, 0 to 1 bedrooms is one parking space per unit. The 2 bedrooms is 1.5 parking space per unit, plus half a space per unit for guest parking. So that totals to 70 parking spaces versus 60. And in addition to that, within that, 20 of those spaces should be guest parking, which in this case, if it were market rate, it would have to be provided on surface parking. It could not be on the ground. So that's the bigger difference.
Okay.
So it's 10 more spaces. If you compare 40 to 40, because technically without the density bonus, they will have 30 units. So they will require 52 spaces instead of 60. But some of those will have to be guest parking. So
I see. Okay. And then referring back to the setback, I wasn't quite sure. You were indicating that there is a setback requirement. I guess I'm thinking of the rear setback. But was that an average or a minimum?
What we have typically done in projects, in multifamily projects that we bring to the Planning Commission, the rear setback has been about 15 to 20 feet. Now, that's basically all the way across. If you go even just with the 15 feet minimum, once you add the additional landscape setback required for the underground parking structure, that will put you basically at 20 feet, and they're providing 17. However, the 17 is for short parts of the building where a big portion of the building setbacks 73 feet. So it's not necessarily an average. You take this line across, but when you look at the fact that is not all in a straight line, that it actually indents in, that we feel, staff feels that this is a good compromise in the fact that the Planning Commission is the one that determines that setback to begin with.
Okay, so it sounds like it's really almost, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's neither one. You're just kind of looking at it as a guideline, and there may be places where it's, in this case, 17 foot setback or 73 feet. So it's not really a minimum, it's not really an average, it's just the intent of the code is what you're looking at, is do they typically meet the intent based on what you're observing with the articulations in these different alcoves and such. Is that correct?
That is correct. For the rear setback, that is correct.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. And then there's reference, you made reference to the 2% of paved area was all that they had for the, because of that driveway just going underneath the structure. Did I understand you correctly that hardscaping is not considered paved area, that that's part of the landscaping element?
That is correct. And technically, you can actually even use the first floor balconies. Those could be also used towards the open space area, which is hardscape and landscape and stuff like that.
Okay, okay.
You basically want to minimize roads on the or driveways. That's what the intent of that section.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, a couple questions for you. On page 39 of the report, 117 of the packet, condition number 110 refers to access road location. It refers to the access driveway being within 150 feet of all portions of the wall. Well, there's virtually no driveway here. It just dives right underneath the structure. So the reference point is, where it can't be provided, that fire protection systems can be accommodated in lieu of that. But if sprinklers are required, what additional fire protection systems might be allowed in that scenario?
So in the past, and inclusive of this project, what we'd be looking at is additional standpipes. Standpipes being in the westerly two stairwells that essentially are providing a firefighting operation or putting a fire engine inside the building. We have the ability to pump that standpipe, which provides pressured water to a hose stream inside the building.
So would that be a wet or dry standpipe?
It'd be a wet standpipe.
Wet, perfect, okay. And then likewise with condition number 112, refers to fire lanes. The first section is prior to construction, which I understand. But the second one says prior to occupancy, referring to fire lanes. But I don't see any fire lanes on this project. Is this just a standard condition that you just put on all projects? Because I didn't really see an application in this case.
Okay, so as a mitigation to aerial apparatus access, being the ability to put a ladder to the top of a building, in this case at 38 feet, it's necessary for us to use Caneo School Road as a fire lane. And so when Claudia was speaking previously about the portions of Caneo School Road that would be posted for no parking, that would be based upon our requirement for that ladder truck access.
I see, okay, now it makes sense. All right, thank you very much.
Commissioners, other questions for staff? I have a few. Ms. Pedroso, I have a couple of math questions you could help me understand. On page 82 of the report, let's see.
Page 82?
Yeah,
okay.
The second paragraph. It says that, and you said in your report that the applicant is entitled to these two incentives that we've discussed because they provided at least 10% of the total units to very low income housing. And my question is, by what math is 3 units 10% of 40 units?
I know. I understand what your question is. When you look at the net acreage, it's 1.02 acres times the RPD 30, so the 30 units per net acre, that gives you 30 units. It gives you 30.6, but when you look at the amount of units on the property, you don't round up. So that's 30 units. 10% of 30 units is 3 units. So they're providing 3 affordable units, which is that 10% of the 30 units. With that being provided, they get the 32.5% density bonus, and that comes out to 9.75. Under the density bonus law, you can actually round up any fraction, you round up. So that's 10 units. So the 30 units that you start with plus the 10 density bonus gives you the 40. But the 10% is based on the 30 initial units that you provided based on this designated zone. Does that make sense? It took me a little while to.
I understand how you arrived there. I'm still unclear whether this is a common or even acceptable practice. Forget about the specific numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Is it normal to say that 3 is 10% of 40? Is this a normal way to arrive at things? And has this been done in other cases in our city?
And actually, I think to help that, if you read paragraphs, 2 and 3 kind of explains to you the methodology of coming out with the 3 units. And the second part of it that you're looking on the section 9-10-503A3, that just says that because they're providing 10%, which you have to refer to the second paragraph on page 81. Is it the first paragraph?
I understand the algorithm. I'm asking about precedent and process. Is this an accepted practice to do math in this way?
If I may, Chair, this is the practice. It is not precedent setting. It is a calculation based on state statute, based on interpretations of the statutes over a myriad of cases, and the math is what has been presented to you. We have checked it. We've, again, I think I just would say that the main factor I think that's important for tonight for this project is there is a state mandate for affordable housing, and this applicant is presenting a project that has 3 very low income units. And so Ms. Pedrosa is correct. You take the 30 units and take 10% of that, which is 3, which is what he is providing. And based upon that, you then get this bonus of 32.5%. So I'm with you with the math and going through the statute. And frankly, I don't know if you could write the statutes for this area in a more confusing way. There's currently some amendments being proposed and adopted actually in the last few weeks on this project, trying to help clarify. But I will just tell you frankly that working with staff, this is the number. It is not precedent setting. It is the formula that we are mandated to follow.
Thank you for clarifying that. By the same token, finding number 2 cites that 32.5% amount. And I mean, the math, my understanding is that 40% is 33.3% of 30.
And actually, that one, following again another formula from the state mandate, the maximum you can get is 32.5.
Okay,
there's
so
not 33, there's not 34. That's the cap.
Okay.
So he could provide 5 affordable very low. He's going to get 32.5.
Okay, there's a cap somewhere else. It's not.
You just follow like.
It's not that the math doesn't work. It's
correct.
That it's capped.
Yeah.
And that's why we.
That's why. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. I think math teachers, if there are any tuned in, would tear their hair out less with that answer than the other one. But I understand why that it is that way. The notch area, we're merging, part of this is a parcel map waiver to merge 2 lots. And there's a notch in one of the areas that's smaller than the larger lot. Do I understand correctly that the trail that's referenced in the report, is that the section that's filled in by that notch?
Yes, and this one is not going to do a good job. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not put the parcel map waiver exhibit over here, but if you follow the cursor line, the property line right now, and I'm just going to kind of demonstrate so you can see it, it kind of goes in like this about, I want to say it's about 10 feet, or maybe more than that. And then it jogs, almost like center with the lobby, it jogs back down, and then it continues on the eastern side of the property line. So you can kind of faintly see it over here, but just imagine that the line goes out like this and then goes up like in the middle of the lobby and then goes up to the north. So the trail part of it is on the public right away, but then after it hits the lobby area, then it's on their property, so we're getting an easement so the trail can continue.
So that's it's essentially filling in so that it's a rectangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. This may just be a terminology question, but how does a trail in this context differ from a sidewalk?
Well, this one actually has a different sidewalk. This one has a sidewalk and then the trail, so you have both.
Okay.
Going on, so they're not sharing it.
Mm-hmm. Does the trail lead somewhere else? Is it going from somewhere to somewhere?
Eventually, it should connect. Right now, it's on the side over here of the of basically by the lakes, and then it continues. It gets interrupted, and it continues by the Avalon apartment, because basically the other portion of Conejos Corral has not been improved yet. So what you're going to see as these properties are improved, then you're going to see that trail continue, and then it connects to others to the north.
Okay. So for example, I think there's something similar on Conejos School north of Hillcrest.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and it's something similar to that in construction. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Again, in the report, this is page 81 now, states that we're exempt from doing the environmental review because this property is, quote, substantially surrounded by urban uses. And my question is, what does that phrase mean?
That the area around has been developed, and maybe Mr. Shepard can explain a little bit that better than I can, but it's just an infill within built areas around it.
Yes, this is one of the, excuse me, classifications is actually class 32 as far as exemption under CEQA. And it does address as far as infill projects of, as far as no more than 5 acres, but also in areas that are predominantly developed out, in this case, urban development and so forth versus raw land in the area.
I see. So urban use does not necessarily mean there's a skyscraper next door. It could mean an apartment building or a mobile home lot, as in this case.
Developed use, yes.
Yeah, all right. Coming back to the setback that questions that Commissioner Nichols was asking about, do I understand correctly that the minimum distance from the building to the back line is 17 feet?
I guess I should turn this on, sorry. Going back to the Saipan exhibit, on the northern portion, northwest corner of the building, the outermost part of the building, because this building goes in and out, but I did worst case scenario, from the outermost part of the building to the property line is 17 feet, and that runs about 50 something feet on the northwest side. On the southwest side is about 42 feet or such that is within 17 feet. And again, that's on the worst case scenario. It kind of jogs back down another couple of feet, so you get 19 and so on and so forth. So
if the minimum is 17.
The minimum, correct.
Okay. And the calculation method, and I appreciate you're trying to meet the spirit of this regulation. Is there a precedent here for calculating in this way to determine setbacks?
Well, historically, what the city has done, we have provided at least a minimum of 15 feet. So technically, if you were to go with that, we have met that. Okay. What's added over here is the underground parking structure. So that's the additional 4 feet. So that part of it is not a waiver, because when you read the code, it says the planning commission determines that dimension on the rear setback. So if the commission were to decide that 10 feet is enough, that's what you would require. And if you think that you need the full 19 feet.
I understand we can determine where a line should be. I'm asking more about cases that are not the exception. I think this is an innovative way of determining, of hewing to the spirit of the law. I'm asking if you've used it in other cases.
Well, from my own personal experience, and I'm sure Mr. Shepherd can add more to it because he's done more projects, in an apartment complex, I have not had the situation of the underground parking plus this, so I have not dealt with how we allow that to have less. I can give an example from prior projects that the Commission has seen, the Seventh-day Adventist, that the requirement that we have from the city is that you maintain a 100-foot building setback from the center line of the street to the building. However, in that particular case, we did allow that the average of that setback stay within 100 feet. So in other words, if some of it interfere or encroach into that, part of the building had to be set back beyond that to make up for the difference. So that's the same analogy that was followed in this project. But as far as particularly one project that had underground parking and did not have the full minimum setback that the city has typically done, I myself have not worked on that, but maybe Mr. Shepherd has some other project history that he can relate.
Well, excuse me, if I can augment some of the comments from Ms. Pedrosa. Yes, actually, I was going to refer also to the specific plan out at the SDA where we did establish an average component for street side and front setbacks there, specifically as part of the specific plan. And other projects also where the code actually establishes the preamble that unless otherwise established by the permit, these are the setbacks in the area, does allow for some flexibility as far as for the commission when reviewing the project, if there's justification for the approach as far as an average approach to meet the setback, they can certainly do that. In the RPD, multiple family townhouse setbacks, it's always befuddled me for years and years and years when you have setbacks for front side yards, but for the rear it's based on what the commission determines as far as is appropriate. And again, that flexibility was established as part of the RPD to give this board an opportunity to look at the setback considerations, particularly the rear setbacks, to what is really appropriate for the area and the use of the area. So you have that flexibility to start with. In past projects, in multifamily and townhouse projects, we typically look as far as what the average has been for other projects. And Ms. Pedrosa is correct, it's usually 15 to 20 foot as far as the setback across there. I know several projects I've worked on, we've been able to look at a 20-foot setback, particularly for townhomes. Here you have an interesting concept as far as the design concept with a kind of a U-shaped building. It does abut another apartment project to the west there. And on average, you have varying setbacks across the area with quite a large central setback in there. So as staff has looked at this and the appropriate use as far as the setback, we find that we would certainly support that concept that we see here tonight as far as for that rear setback.
All right, thank you for that. On page 85, we're back at that on that table that you gave in your report about space allocation. Is there a minimum number of affordable housing units to achieve that 40% coverage number?
The way the state code reads, if you provide at least 10%, you can have two incentives. And an incentive has a list of different areas that you can use. One of them has to do with the structural coverage. Okay. So they can go. So that's where it comes. That's where it's coming from.
That's where the 40% comes from. All right. And in response to an earlier question, did I understand correctly? You said that some patio space, the patios on the ground floor, count toward the open space in this project?
Yes, it does. Yeah, the RPD code allows to do that. But even without that, they were already exceeding the open space calculation. I mean, they will meet the 30, I think they will come out with about 37% or 38% without counting the balconies, from what I remember.
But balconies are counted toward open space?
Yeah.
And that's been done in previous projects?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's only, in this case, it will be only the ground floor units, not the ones above that count towards the open space.
Okay. Condition 26, this is on page 93, refers to an overhang area in parking. And what is an overhang area?
They're actually not providing that. It's just we left that condition in there just to give flexibility in case that once you get into the actual working drawings that there's an issue. But basically, what it would mean, it would only apply to the center area of the parking structure. If those parking spaces right now they're 20 feet long each, if they were to be reduced to 18 feet, which is allowed by our code, they would need to provide a 6-foot overhang in front. The whole point of it is that if you have a wheel stop that stops the car overhangs about 2 to 3 feet in front. So the whole point of that is that you have room to park and you're not crashing into each other. In this particular case, because it's on the ground structure, you do not need landscaping, but if you were on surface, that's one thing that we would require. But the reason, again, like we allowed that in here in case that they need to redesign this area and they need to provide the shorter parking spaces.
So generically, it means if you do need to shorten up a parking space, then there would be a requirement to add, in this case, 6 feet more space to accommodate
like
that.
when you're front to front, that way you don't. If you're just single loaded, it will be about 3 feet, which you can overhand over a sidewalk or what have you. But if you're face to face, that's what happens.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Page 96, condition 42, this is construction parking. Same question as in our first case. Can we interpret this as written to require all construction vehicles, including those of construction workers, on site, or do we need to modify this?
I'm sorry, you're asking for the construction vehicles to be on the property, within the property, not on the streets.
Yeah, especially for this project application, because as others have noted, this is such a parking constrained area.
That would be a little bit difficult because in this particular case, they're digging out a lot of the site to put the underground parking structure. So they may be able to do some of it at the beginning, but not all of it.
Yeah, I understand. That would be a problem if they're digging the garage, for example. In lieu of that, is there a plan for where the construction workers will park? Because there's not a lot of available parking in this area.
That's actually an excellent point. Maybe when the applicant comes up, maybe he can discuss whether he has any thoughts or any agreements with any property. They may, they may be able to use. I know there's a church up the way that maybe they can talk to the church to see, or if they can.
We just gave that to Manna, so I don't know how available that is.
I'm just, I let the applicant talk about it, and if we need to expand this condition to require them to do some alternative parking, that's something that we can definitely.
Okay, but staff's position is it's not really feasible in
not
this
on
case
site
to have on-site parking.
No, because if you look at the site plan, basically the underground parking follows basically the whole size of the building, and that's so. You may have only the frontage over here, but not much.
Right, I understand. So position is it's just not feasible in this case. Condition 43F on page 97 requires, this is regarding requirements for the affordable housing units, and it states they should be comparable in exterior appearance and overall quality of construction. I understand this may be boilerplate, but is the requirement only on the exterior? So the developer might use really nice appliances in all units and put really crummy ones in the. And in reality,
it should be exterior and interior. It should be basically that you shouldn't be able to tell the difference between one unit and the other one. So this has been more of our standard language, but it's a good point that they could be modified, and I think it was more tailored towards townhomes. We want to make sure that one of those townhomes, the exterior will be done differently. And this one being an apartment, all the exterior street is the same. So you're correct. We should probably say exterior and interior or just in appearance, just take exterior out, and you say in
Right,
appearance and
exactly.
overall quality.
Right. And I'll follow up with the applicant about that.
Mhm.
But I think deleting the word exterior would do the trick.
Yeah.
But you're saying the intent is all
It's-
the units should
are
have
the
the
same.
same appearance.
Yeah.
Great, great. Page 99, condition 49, we asked about, sorry. So final question is on page 103. There's a traffic condition. Sorry, two more questions. Back on page 98, there's an undergrounding condition, condition 48, requiring undergrounding, which we all agree is generally a good thing. Question is, how will this work with this project where there are existing overhead lines both to the south and north of the property? So would the undergrounding be only for this project and then the lines would go back above ground?
You want
Yeah, actually, I was looking at that the other day myself. You're absolutely right. The applicant would have to extend, they have to take down all the poles in the vicinity of their site, make sure that the conduits, the wires and so forth are all underground, up to and exceeding, along the public right-of-way, they have to go all the way to the next riser pole. So the next pole to the north and next pole to the south, everything will be undergrounded.
Okay, so the parameter, the boundaries then would be the subject property plus one pole on either side of the property. Is that correct?
That's a fair assessment, yes.
All right, thanks. And then the final question I have is for Ms. Lowry. It's a traffic question. And the question is, to what degree will this project, what impact will this have on traffic in the neighborhood?
It will not have project-specific impacts, but it'll have cumulative impacts because it's part of the build-out of the city's plan. So they'll pay traffic mitigation fees, estimated about $170,000 to mitigate their cumulative impacts. But there's not any project-specific. That means specifically they wouldn't have to do any improvements to any intersections.
Right, but my question is more along the lines of how many additional trips,
Okay.
cars,
I'm
parking?
sorry. Since it's there's 40 units and it's estimated to be 266 average daily trips and 27 PM trips.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there any analysis of additional street parking? We already heard there's no requirement for guest parking.
The answer is no. There's no requirement we can't have anyone park on the street because it's a public street, so they can't, other than the fire department. But currently, right now, there's Chiquita Lane across the street that has open street parking that's really not impacted, and mainly because right there in the corner of Chiquita and Caneo School Road is a vacant lot, so there's parking right there. But yeah, it's pretty busy out there, but it's also 24-hour open parking. There's no really parking restriction on any of the streets.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a follow-up to the traffic, Ms. Lowry, in our earlier case, you were mentioning that your measurement is not so much the flow of traffic, but how the intersections are performing. So with that in mind, how is the intersection of Caneo School Road and Los Feliz performing?
What we look at when a new project comes in is do we require them to do a traffic study, and then that would when they analyze the local intersections, and it's usually triggered by 100 PM trips to do an analysis of the intersections that they're adjacent to or they may impact. In this case, there was 27 PM trips, so it was way below the threshold of us having to require them to do a traffic study. That being said, Los Feliz and Caneo School Road is a four-way stop intersection. It doesn't currently warrant a traffic signal. The 27 trips, they all wouldn't go towards that intersection in the PM. That wouldn't trigger put a traffic signal there. Most of the trips that go through Caneo School and Los Feliz are a result of the elementary school there. So it has quite a busy morning PM peak and school peak, just if you happen to be there during that 15 minutes. But most time, there's not even a warrant for a traffic signal there.
Okay, thank you. And if you'd indulge me just for a second, Mr. Chair, when you're asking about the trail, I happened to catch Mr. Alexander's eyes, and we kind of chuckled for a moment because back in 1990, when both of us were just out of high school, we were on the working with the Caneo Open Space Trails Advisory Committee. I was on staff, and Mr. Alexander was a part of that team. And we were reviewing the master trail plan for the Caneo Valley. And we, as that committee, actually recommended to the Park District and to COSCA at the time to have a trail connection going down Caneo School Road to connect the open space north of the freeway, south of the freeway, and as properties were to be developed along through there, to provide for equestrian purposes a decomposed granite trail surface in addition to the sidewalk. And so as you've seen some of these developed, so I just found it kind of ironic that here, all these years later, I'm looking at a project that's actually enacting something that we had as a concept years ago, and it's actually happening. So brief little history lesson for you and Mr. Pletcher, who seems to appreciate some of the historical perspective.
I very much appreciate that. I looked at this very cynically. I looked at the word trail and very cynically said marketing. This is not, and it's very gratifying to hear. It's not at all like that. This is part of a much larger plan. So very much appreciated. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Friedman. I reside here in Thousand Oaks. I will certainly, since it's been a long evening, try to keep my remarks as brief as I can, but I thought I would certainly, comment on a few items, as well as when I'm done, our architectural team is here. Kobe Moses is going to make maybe a few comments about the building. So when we get there, if we can get one of those renderings put up, maybe the one from the north looking south. But right off the bat, I want to say that we are in support of all the staff conditions and the staff report. About the only issue we had with staff was just, as Claudia mentioned, colors. What are warm colors, what are not? But we've talked about it, we've worked through it. We believe we'll certainly be able to fine-tune it to staff satisfaction. But I wanted to step back and say that a lot of that was centered around our vision of this site. My partner Rick Coop, who's here as well, we've been looking around town for the last 6, 7, 8 years since the Boulevard Plan has been talked about, and it finally got adopted. And while this is not in the Boulevard Plan officially, as a practical matter, this is a Boulevard property. We're one stone's throw away from the Boulevard. And as part of that, we've heard the council talk at great length about housing for the millennials, for younger people. I've been in meetings where I've had it mentioned that Amgen has constantly said we need a downtown and we need housing for younger people, college graduates, biology majors, engineers coming out that Amgen is looking to hire, and we don't have vibrant, exciting multifamily. So we specifically went to Kobe and his team and said we really want a vibrant, I'm going to call it a West Side look, a contemporary look. And with that, that's new. And I understand that we don't really have that out here. But I think it's appropriate. I think if we can meet staff, I'll say in the middle on the colors, I think it's appropriate in this location. And again, there is so few properties available in town with the R30 designation that they really should be maxed out, particularly when those properties are 4.5-minute walk to the lakes and the Performing Arts Center, Mastro's. This is the core of the downtown, and we feel it's the appropriate location to really try to provide something exciting for the millennial or the younger individuals. We consciously went with 1 and 2 bedrooms because while we're not going to not allow families, our intent by not having 3-bedroom units is to try to get young couples and young singles and young people. Our amenity package in that courtyard to go along with the style is kind of like a little boutique hotel. We're going to have happy hours there for the residents of the facility. We're having the fire pits, some type of water feature. I don't like to call them fountains, but water. Something very conducive to gathering on a Friday afternoon, the Saturday evening, before they go out. So that's our vision. And with that vision, with all due respect to some of the other architecture around town, we didn't want the California Mediterranean. We wanted to try to do something a little different. With that said, we're in agreement with the staff report. We're in agreement with the conditions. I thought I would just now, real quickly, so I leave Kobe a few minutes, touch on a few of the general, or the specific items that the commission has raised. As the Assistant City Attorney, Patrick, has stated, the affordable housing program is state law. It's adopted in your code. One of the reasons it's confusing is because I don't think it's been used in town. I believe it was adopted by the state in about 2008, so it was right around the recession, and it's being widely used in many other jurisdictions. It's not being widely used here because we don't have any multifamily land left, and it really isn't applicable to single-family land. We don't have a lot of that left either. But this is probably one of the first, multifamily, particularly the R30, that has come before you. So that's, a little bit of background. It is being used elsewhere for the greater good of the state and the affordable housing that it provides. Along with that, I just wanted as an analogy, and if I don't know if the screen is working, or if we can get it to work. Maybe. I got to hit something here. There you go. Oh, it's there. Okay. I just wanted to say, as an analogy, given that I believe this is oriented towards the boulevard, in your Thousand Oaks Boulevard plan, your parking requirements there for all projects residential is 1.25 for a 1-bedroom, 1.75 for 2 bedrooms, which would require my project to have 60 units. 60 spaces. So sort of apples to apples, we're providing the exact same parking that would be required for the next multifamily project that comes in on the boulevard. I would add to that the Boulevard Property Owners Association, whom we met with and gave a presentation to last week, I think it was, did a study, brought it to, I believe, the commission, I know to the council, that there are a lot of parking spaces on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and I think there's plenty even in the immediate area that are underutilized, particularly during the day when some of the residents leave. So while we don't specifically have an area designated as guest parking, there's 1,100 spaces on the boulevard, and there are spaces on Chiquita, Los Feliz, some of the surrounding streets. And we also think, as a practical matter, when you get into sort of this downtown core, we want people to be walking a little bit. We want them to maybe park on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, think about walking over to the lakes, meeting their friend there for a drink, and then they walk back to the apartment. So we meet the state's code for parking. We actually meet the boulevard-specific plan for parking if we were within the boulevard. And we think there's plenty of opportunities for parking in and around. It's okay for people to have to walk 5 minutes to get to the apartment building if they're a guest. Another item I thought I would just touch base on as well is the haul route. We have a condition that we have to come forward with a haul route plan and have staff approve it. The tricky thing about haul routes is that from 1 week to the next, the most logical place to take the dirt changes. You never know who's going to need dirt. I learned on one of our projects here in town that there's a whole market for grading and dirt brokers. I never thought there was, but there are dirt brokers out there who specialize in who has dirt, who needs dirt. First thing we're going to do is talk to the gentleman across the street from us who's got a big hole and is approved for 16 townhouses. because our thought is, you know, we should be able to work something out with him, and we're going to certainly try, because then it's right across the street. But we certainly agree that, you know, we need to come up with a plan as we get a little closer so we know where our options are. And just a real quick analogy on that. We took, on our housing project, we built 10 houses on Avenida de los Arboles about 2.5 years ago on the site we bought from the school district. The city had excess dirt at your treatment facility, not the treatment facility, but the one up on Rancho Canayo, or up in Rancho Canayo. And you had about 1,500 yards of dirt the city was looking to get rid of, and we needed a little dirt. We moved the 1,500 yards of dirt in about a day and a half. So if the route isn't that long, you know, and if you can line up the truckers, we're talking about 5, 6, 4, maybe 7 days of total haul time to get this dirt out of here and done. So in the big scheme of things, while I can't tell you today where the dirt's going, efficiency is critical to us. So we're going to certainly try real hard to work with the guy across the street, but we'll find a good location to take the dirt. We'll bring the plan to staff, and we'll try to maximize the efficiency. If it's extended hours, that certainly wouldn't hurt if we had that option. If we don't have that option, we'll make it work. You know, it is done frequently. So I think at the moment, the construction traffic, I did want to touch on that. Construction parking. That is tricky. What I can say is, we were just discussing it as back there, that once the parking structure gets done, it frees up a lot of opportunity to get things. With that, when you have the grading operation of removing the dirt, there aren't a lot of workers on site. So somewhere in there, we may be able to have a couple of cars kind of on site, out of the way of this hole. But in the long run, the underground garage will provide space. So I don't think, maybe like the other project that was 150 acres, 140 acres to park, we are a little bit got our hands tied about how tight the site is for this type of the downtown development. So I couldn't, you know, in good faith tell you I can get every construction worker's car off the street, but we certainly can work with staff. With that, I think I will pass it over to Kobe to make a few comments about the architecture and what we're proposing. And I can either take questions from Commission now or after that.
We're at 10 and a half minutes of your 15-minute block, so
okay, we'll let him speak for 4.5 minutes.
That works. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kobe Moses. I'm with GMPA Architects. I'm a principal, licensed architect. And I'm here with 2 more people from our team. Monica Moses, she is the design principal, and Brian Scott, he's the project manager. In general, we are doing, we have a company that been operating since 1983, and we specialize with multifamily, actually places where people live, for all ages, from apartment buildings, condominiums, and senior housing. We do luxury and we do affordables, and we have done it from the days that apartments were not so popular. So we're doing it for many years. We pride ourselves that we have a very good design studio. We are like a boutique firm. We're not a large company. We're specializing in quality projects. We feel that we brought to Thousand Oaks a fresh look. We feel that, with all due respect to projects that have been done in the past, we would like to face the future. And if you have any specific question, we will attend to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, did you have anything else?
No, I don't think I have anything else. I think, given that there's not a lot of people here, so I'm happy to try to answer questions or respond however you'd like.
Are there questions for the applicant? Commissioner Nichols.
Yes, Mr. Friedman, was thinking about the comments you mentioned regarding not seeing projects quite like this in Thousand Oaks. However, I do see these on a daily basis in the community I work during the day.
Sure.
And it looks very similar to what I've seen. So I'm familiar with how these projects work with the underground parking and 2 or 3 stories above grade.
Yes.
So with that in mind, with this being kind of a, I wouldn't say unique necessarily, but with this approach in Thousand Oaks, and I understand with the 1 and 2 bedroom units, and I get all that. With your, I presume you've done some marketing and such with anticipating what the needs are, trying to blend in with the boulevard and the specific plan. Do you see this as kind of setting the standard, so to speak, or are you trying to make a transition between the boulevard and some of the residential communities that are surrounding you?
Well, the R30 land that's available is, at least in this immediate area, is our property and the 2 or 3 other parcels totaling a little bit more than 1 acre due north of us, right before you get to Los Feliz. Other than that, there is no R30 in the immediate area that I believe, that I'm aware of, that hasn't already been planned. New Urban West has a project that's under construction further down on Los Feliz. They have a second one, but John or Claudia might know or have the general plan. So I think we've got this one little pocket of the R30. And as far as transitioning, north of that little pocket is the existing Avalon Apartments. Those are the R30. So I guess my answer is I don't think we have enough land that we're talking about a drastic shift in sort of land use. I think you're going to see these kinds of buildings very similar to those projects on the boulevard that qualify for some of the units. So I think we're going to fit in with those. Now, we've seen the project that is being proposed on Lupe's, and it's a different architecture, but it's still going more contemporary than what has been done in general. So yes, are we a shade more contemporary than that? Probably, but I don't know if that answers the question. But I don't think you're going to see this widespread, because other than the boulevard and this little pocket, there's just really no land. There's no opportunity for it. So.
All right. Thank you. That's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. First off, from the standpoint of the truck trips, I understand completely what you're saying in terms of what you put it, where you put it today, you can't do it tomorrow. So I get that. And if we put a condition into the, assuming we approved it and we put a condition in that allowed additional time for work during the excavation exercise, you said you'd be amenable to that. So is it a fair assumption that you working with staff could put that together without detailing it right now?
Oh, absolutely. For us, it's, just having the option is a benefit. I'll go the other way with it. We certainly are going to be very cognizant of the school hours. So with that, it may push us to not start moving dirt till after school has got in, something like that. We may have to almost have a stop and start set up, or an absolute, approval under the hall plan that the trucks can't go north. So the more flexibility we have as far as hours and routes, with staff ultimately holding the approval rights, is good for us.
Then the second concern I have is the construction parking. And I know what that project's going to be, and recognizing that Canal School Road's got minimal parking capacity, that either translates to Chiquita or that parcel sort of kind of catty-corner across the street at Chiquita and Canal School, or someplace else in the general vicinity.
Correct.
Would you be amenable to a condition that eliminates your ability to have construction parking on Caneo School Road and requires you to obtain an agreement acceptable to staff for any off-site location. I'm stumbling over the words, but do you understand the concept I'm trying to get to?
I'm not completely sure if there's the rationale in limiting and saying not on Caneo School, other than maybe because it's the through street. So, but what I did want to remind, we will be improving Caneo School Road. So at least in our frontage, we're going to have approximately 10 more feet of asphalt there where we're widening the street. So at least to some degree, that gives us a little bit of room to park along Caneo School during some of the construction periods where the car is parallel parked along the curb, completely out of the flow of traffic. We certainly, we don't want to have a problem. We don't want to be parking up by the school. I think the Elks Lodge is an opportunity. We might be able to work out something with them as well. So, I guess in a general sense, I'd rather have just a specific condition that says, prior to grading permit, we have to have a construction parking plan approved by staff.
Well, from my perspective, evaluating the construction process, as you said, the grading part of the project is minimal traffic or minimal vehicles anyway, because you got dozers and trucks, and
correct.
There's not a lot of bodies on site.
Right.
But once that portion of the project is finished, and for the balance of the construction project, ignoring any other requirements after the project's built.
Sure.
That time frame from grading to completion is going to be, in my mind, no less than 10 and probably closer to 20 construction personnel vehicles in the general vicinity. And that number on Caneo School Road, especially considering the fact that you're improving your area, which means can't park there while you're working there, and on and on.
Yeah. Sure, I understand.
That's my concern.
Yes. Okay, no, and I agree, and conceptually your comment of 10 to 20, there are ebbs and flows. Some days it's 8, some days it is 15 or 20. And when the worst time maybe is going to be while we're constructing the garage. Because once we get the garage done, I think we free up a lot of space. We believe, Kobe was just saying, that you can pretty much, once you get the first deck kind of going, you might be able. But if it's the wishes, the only thing I don't want to do is be so locked into the condition that we can't build the project. So if it was a condition about construction traffic plan to be approved with emphasis or with limited parking on Caneo School Road or something, I'm fine with that. We'll make it work. Or we'll do something with the Elks Lodge, like I said, or we'll, find, the nursery right on T.O. Boulevard, Enchantment, I think, parks up in the city's parking structure. I see them walking up there every day to where those workers at 3 o'clock are come pouring out of the city's parking structure. So I think we can work something out.
Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? I have a few questions. And anyone else? All right. Before I get to my questions, I want to compliment you and Mr. Moses on including a dog wash. Not seen that in any other application yet. And I'm sure for families with dogs. It seems
like it's become the norm that everybody wants a dog, even in the apartments. And for a long time, dogs, a lot of building owners didn't allow pets.
I recently learned that there are more than 80 million dogs in our country. And I'm sure it will be appealing for families who
I think it's a
have
good,
dogs.
and it's better than having them do it in the bathtub within the unit.
Absolutely.
Yes, because that's what would happen.
Yeah.
So.
Part of the plans include a leasing office on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a permanent office, or is that for use?
It's
while you're
actually, it should be
filling out?
labeled leasing property manager's office.
So it's a permanent office.
Yes,
It'll be
it's a
permanently
permanent
staffed.
office. Yes.
As a permanent office, I did not see a bathroom in that office. How is that going to work?
That's a good question. I'm going to ask my architect that one. we may have to do something about
I don't know. Maybe this is out of our not our department, but I mean there may be OSHA requirements.
I'm not going
or
to suggest it has anything to do with the
attached
dog
to
wash, so I'm not going to go there. So, but that's
Let's
a good comment. We probably need to figure that out.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's working there all the time.
Yes, absolutely.
And I didn't see another facility on site. Some of these came out of the questions for staff. One that didn't is the tandem parking. And I've seen this in Santa Monica, where there are cases where there are violations of tandem parking and an occupant or tenant either can't get out or is boxed in or whatever. Is there a process or a protocol in place to deal with that?
Well, in our case, and I think it will work very well, is we have a condition that we have to submit a parking plan to staff prior. Our tandems, each tandem will be assigned to one unit. So if the people within that unit are getting along, then there's not a problem. If somebody else within the building pulls in, that's one of the reasons you pretty much have your property manager on site, all day.
What I've seen is cases where a visitor for another apartment will park in the wrong tandem and block someone.
You mean within our building, another apartment?
Yeah, but there's no way of knowing that when the tenant comes in and all they know is there's a car in their spot.
Yeah. Well, our building will have a gate, so basically it should only be tenants within the building getting underneath. Certainly, there will be a couple of times or periodically where the tenant, like you just said, goes into the wrong tandem. And I'm not sure how that necessarily gets resolved other than maybe there's a master list. If the property manager isn't on site, maybe there's a master list of who has what cars so that the tenant who's boxed in can sort of say, oh, Bill from 6B, looks like his car's in my spot.
I think having an on-site property management office goes some way toward answering that. Commissioner McMahon, did you want to weigh in on this?
Legally, with more than 15 units,
Right.
you need to have a property manager living on site. So maybe he can just.
Okay, I didn't realize it was
Go-
living, but yes, and that's going to resolve that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I knew I knew we needed a property manager on site. I thought it was, during working hours but if it's living on site, then that's going to be really.
Well, and this is a 24/7 issue. I mean,
Sure.
there will be
Mhm.
times
Yes.
when, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And he can use his own bathroom from the leasing office, right?
There you go.
I presume that would take care of it, but I don't know about workplace requirements, so that's something else. We've already talked about the construction parking. I did want to follow up about the change to condition 43F. This is the exterior and interior. You've been very
That's fine.
agreeable
No,
about...
we fully intend to have the exterior, the interior, and the appliances for those 3 units. We want those people to feel like they are a part of the community.
Okay, so striking the word exterior from that condition...
That's fine.
...is good with you.
Mhm.
And then the last question I had is, I'd asked about undergrounding, and again, just want to check with you. It sounds like the requirement's going to be to underground not only in the front of this property, but out one pole to the south and one pole to the north.
I was just talking with Public Works a little bit. This is probably my 5th project in town, so that undergrounding condition is on every project, and we work through them all the time. Each time I go to Edison to talk about undergrounding, I learn something different. And I learned that there are certain poles that have certain transformers that you can't go underground at that pole. You have to either stop one short or go to the next one. So generally what I was just talking to Jim, or Mohammed and then Jim about is we agree that as the underground utility ordinance is written, we have to underground the 2 poles that are in front of us. Now it may be that I don't have to underground the next pole off, but I'm going to go underground at that pole. So that may be slightly different than maybe you thought, Jim say, but we agreed that the 2 poles in front of us need to go.
If you went underground at that pole, the one not on your property.
Correct.
I'm not clear on how that would work, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, that's...
If there's a pole there, then where does the underground...
But the pole goes 2 ways.
Right.
So as an example, we have 2 poles not on our property between us and T.O. Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been looking at them, and it looks like they don't really serve a whole lot, except I think the old trailer park and maybe that one commercial building. So there's a good chance we might be able to work with the city, and they have a fund to just get rid of all those poles for the better appearance. But if I take the first pole off of my site, heading towards the boulevard, for just an example, if I take that one down, there's still wires going to the boulevard. So you always have to stop and start somewhere.
Right. We're in agreement here. That's the point I'm making. I mean, you go underground somewhere.
Correct.
It's not going to be on your property.
That's correct.
But there's still going to be a pole somewhere.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
It'll be an off-site pole that we will be leaving, but we will be going underground. So we'll have to trench within the public right-of-way in front of that trailer park, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
If we can't work out something with Edison to just get rid of them.
But the basic point, I think you're agreeing that it's okay to do that on right-of-ways that are not on your property.
Correct, because if they're within the public right-of-way, the city has the right to give me that encroachment permit.
Okay.
Yes.
So as we heard from staff, it's not only your property, but one or more poles north and south. All right.
Yes.
Thanks for that. Are there any other questions for staff? Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you.
So we'll go back now to staff. I'm sorry, we do have public comments. I missed that altogether. I apologize. We have 2 cards, speaker cards, Mr. Brian Scott and then Mr. Nick Kidway. And I'm unclear, is Brian Scott part of the applicants group?
He was on
okay, great. So Mr. Nick Kidway, you have 5 minutes. And as usual, if you could state your name and city of residence, please.
Nick Kidway, resident of Newberry Park, Director Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks, Honorable Chair, Planning Commissioners. First of all, right off the bat, I would like to congratulate our local developers for coming up with a fantastic project, which is a product, and fulfills a need. I am very disappointed, as usual, that for such an important and needed project, nobody seems to care. I mean, why can't we have more people that are supposed to be low-income advocates coming here and talking about the project and trying to make it better or whatever? Well, this is a project where I can lend some of my personal experience. In fact, let's see if this will work. Yes, it does. There's a complaint that that there's no low-income or apartments or condos being built. This is the Newberry Road project, 130 units or something like that being built. We have no prices yet. There's talk that building apartments on the boulevard is something new, but I don't know if you've gone to Megan Place. Megan Place is just like this project, 100 feet away. But I have a big problem with this project, and I hope that I will get some consideration. My son went to San Diego State University, and we rented him an apartment. And we discovered that there was no guest parking. Not a big deal, I thought. And whenever I went with my wife, we went to a hotel. So that was not a problem. But my son visited him a few times. And of course, he slept on the couch and parked the car on the street. One morning, Sunday morning, he got out, to go for breakfast, there's no car. On the boulevard here, Enterprise Car, they're in the car business. I rent a lot of times from them. They have no parking. So they tell you, and I won't tell you where, but close by where you park overnight. And it's not a good feeling, even though we are a safe city, to park your car on the street. I could take it home and, but it's a safe city. But I don't like it. They have remodeled. I hope that they have some parking now. I haven't gone there. I will be renting a car pretty soon again. Even car dealers, I told that Jaguar is demolishing. I bought a Jaguar for a business, and the dealership has no parking. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, you have to park in front of other cars. And Ladin Lincoln Mercury is the same way. So the number one or two problems that people want to come to Planning Commission, one is traffic, second is parking, third is maybe quality of air and open space. Open space, I mean, when you're building something, I mean, open space doesn't even come into play. I can see your hands are tied. I did not know the rules that because of the low-income bonus, I don't know if I can even call it a bonus, that there is exemption for parking. The law should be changed. I mean, that's what I mean, and that's what I find so disconcerting about the process is that, Jackie Irwin is our friend here. Henry Stern will hopefully be our senator. That the council members, in collaboration with the other cities, would change these stupid, ridiculous laws. I don't know if you can see it. I mean, they have a great website, and they have 13 pages of the project on the website, which is better than the staff report because it's in color. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the entrance to the garage, and this is the area in front. Basically, it is no stopping zone. So where are the FedEx and UPS people going to park? On the street. I'm a manager. I also drive for Lyft and Uber. I go there. I have picked up people at Megan Place. Where do I park to pick up them? In the middle of the street. That's the way it is in Santa Monica. I hate to go. People don't want to work there because you park in the middle of it. You're taking a risk of the life by having your flashers, and you'll get hit in the back. So it may fall on deaf ears. Hopefully some people listening will ask for a change. But I ask that either get rid of the density bonus and provide some parking, or redesign the project a little bit to have at least maybe 1 or 2 parking spots, just like you have in the apartments where the first floor is parking, and then you give up 1 unit or 2 unit, maybe 1 unit. But to have no parking, I think it's uncivilized. It creates stress. That's the whole thing. I was in Hawaii for another reason for my son, and this parking structure that you talked about in Waikiki, just to pick up myself, we parked illegally, and the people were honking at the back. And that's Waikiki. I mean, but this is Thousand Oaks. The reason we moved here is because of the low stress level, the quality of life, and it's going away when you do these kind of things, even though it's for a good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Now we'll go back to staff for any follow-up comments.
Just clarification in some of the conditions, just to make sure. Condition 42, which is the hours of construction, suggesting that maybe at the end of the last sentence, just say construction parking plan shall be submitted for review and approval by the Community Development Department. And that way we can discuss either temporary parking areas, some streets, and then when the parking structure is done, they can move over there. So that's condition 42. And then on condition 43, item F, to delete exterior, like we talked about. And condition 48 on overhead utility poles, the existing overhead utility poles and lines of Conejo Road and within the site shall be undergrounded as required. In that way, it gives the applicant the flexibility of whatever poles need to come down as they discuss with SCE and the city, that we can come up with which ones. In that way, there's no too restrictive. And those are the only conditions that I marked that needed to be modified, except for Mr. Taylor said that they will fix condition 70 and add the letter off the award off and procedure for determination of wastewater fees. So he said that he'll take care of it first thing tomorrow morning. And those are the only comments that we have. If you have any more questions, we're here to answer.
Commissioners, any questions for staff? Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. Relative to I thought I understood the off-site parking, construction parking. Can you read that? Can you go through that again?
Sure. Condition, hold on one second. Condition 42 would read, just going to start from the last sentence. There shall be no congregation of construction workers or construction-related vehicles in the vicinity of the project site or warming up of the construction equipment prior to the permitted work hours, period. The applicant shall submit a construction parking plan for review and approval by the Community Development Department. And I can say in addition to, or also the applicant shall submit a construction parking plan, and that will entail all construction vehicles, so we know where they're going to be parking while the construction is going on.
From my perspective, the concern for construction parking should be on Conejo School Road only. I can see where Chiquita Lane could be an overload, but there's not that much action going on at the moment on Chiquita. And his alternatives, he discussed the Elks Lodge, and that's a maybe, but the other ones are a bit further away. From my perspective, as long as we don't make it totally unreasonable, and yet at the same time make Conejo School Road a safe passage for the school traffic and the apartment traffic that's coming and going. And I'm ignoring the issue of the grading and truck trip situation based on what he's saying. But
yeah, understood. I think staff understands that we'll be working with the applicant, so the construction plan will help us, and we'll understand that Conejo School Road is the one of the main concern.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to echo Commissioner Alexander's comments, just to you with regard to guidance in a parking staff plan.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? We'll go back to our applicant. You have a 5-minute rebuttal period. Anything you'd like to reply to or amplify, extend?
Well, no, actually, I think everything sounds like it's sort of been talked through. Again, we're very excited about it. I think Commissioner Nichols asked about marketing. Much of my marketing, Rick and I both have children. Mine are 27 and 24, and throughout the last year that we've been working with staff, I've been polling them. I've been polling my daughter, who's got a lot of Westlake friends still, even though she's living in Portland, showing them the renderings, talking about what they like and what they want, what they would like to see in this kind of building. So while there are issues, and I think there are on every project, in the end, we think it's an A-plus location to bring 40 to 60, young people to the boulevard, walking. We'll have 40 bicycle racks. It's been mentioned in the conditions, but to the extent we can even get those young people riding their bicycles, which they do a lot more than maybe we do, we think it'll be a great addition to the area. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Pletcher.
Sorry, I just had one quick follow-up. You did say you spoke to the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association.
Yes.
Well, just curious, because it's so close to the Boulevard Association, what was their reaction?
Well, we did not ask them for a formal endorsement.
No,
but it was overwhelmingly positive. I think the Boulevard Association, from talking to Mr. Maradi and some before the meeting and after the meeting, as well as talking to a few of those members after the meeting, they want more people, close to the boulevard in proximity to walk, shop, eat, drink. I know that there's been discussion about tweaking the city ordinance as it relates to brew pubs. Found that interesting. I didn't realize that we had that technicality that you can't brew, I guess, in certain zones, and so BJ's isn't really a brew pub because they don't brew it right there. But at the end of the day, that's what these young kids want. And so I think the Boulevard Association, from everybody I talked to within that meeting and then a few afterwards, were very supportive.
Okay, not hearing any other questions, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll open it up for motions and discussions. And again, don't all rush to go first. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think we've had a lot of great positive conversation tonight with regard to making some tweaks and changes to the city staff's conditions. Most notably, obviously, the construction parking. I think the issues have certainly been very fairly addressed. I'm excited for a project like this to come near the boulevard. I like that they took the initiative to do the low-income housing elements. I think it sends a very positive message to hopefully other developers in the area as we consider mixed-use housing specifically on the boulevard and any upcoming development that is not directly on the boulevard but perhaps adjacent to. I think certainly our hands are tied with regard to the guest parking, but I think it's been very clearly delineated by city staff and the assistant city attorney. There's not a lot we can do. We need the state to possibly change or tweak, depending on what they decide, to change. But still, the underlying purpose of this is to encourage low-income housing in the area. So if you do change that guest parking requirement, in my mind, you kind of lose motivation to encourage low-income housing in California overall. That being said, I would like to make a motion to approve the project, RPD 2016-70167 and PMW 2016-70207, certainly with our modifications to the restrictions. I think we all know what they are by now. We don't have to specifically number them. As written, and approve the Gem Street Caneo School Road project.
Thank you, Commissioner Pletcher. Other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
I would certainly support the motion. I do like the project. As Mr. Kidway said, I guess I'm disappointed there aren't more people here, but I think just given the nature of the neighborhood, there's more transitional housing in this area. Not a lot of single-family dwelling homeowners that would reside there. Would typically come and comment on something like this. It is our high-density area, so we do have a lot of transitional people living there, mostly apartments and such. So that's to be expected. So we do kind of have to anticipate what those comments might be or feelings might be. But I do think it is a good project for the area, especially having gone through the boulevard process, and now we're trying to kind of fill in these blanks as some of these projects come. I do think it will fit well, as I was questioning earlier about the transition between the old and the new, so to speak. I think apartments will help also. We have seen a couple projects where we have the condos and townhomes, so I think having apartments is a nice mix. Certainly 1 and 2 family, or 1 and 2 bedrooms, I think will fit that well when it comes to the apartment mode, so I think the design should work well. And certainly with the incentives for low income, there are some offsets. We do get, as a community, some 3 units for very low income, which is a benefit. Offset, the developer gets some benefits with the density bonus and the reduction in parking. So it's a win-win. We're working our way through this. I know parking is always going to be an issue, But as we are trying to work towards the boulevard being a more pedestrian-friendly, maybe we'll gradually get there. It's not going to be tomorrow, but perhaps over time. So I like the idea, and I'm certainly willing to support the project.
Thank you. Other commissioner comments? Commissioner McMahon.
I do wish Mr. Kidway was here so that I could address some of his concerns. Maybe he's watching at home. He also, I know he feels strongly that we do need this affordable housing. I feel that way too. And I think that giving up a little bit of parking is the only way to make it affordable to a builder. There's always a bottom line, and if we insist upon so much, they just can't make it work with the numbers, and I recognize that, and it's unfortunate that you can't have everything, but what we need is well-designed affordable housing, and I think we have that here. And perhaps people do have to park a little bit away when they're visiting their friends, but maybe they'll just ride their bike. I don't know. But I do feel like the trade-off is important because I understand the financial. I understand that to have 55 years of affordable housing for 3 units and to make the project work with those numbers, it's something you have to do and something I recognize that we have to do, and I do think it's a good project, and I do think it's in a good area for this project.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Other comments? I have to confess I'm conflicted about this. Starting out on a positive note, I think Mr. Friedman, Mr. Moses did a very fine job. This is a quality building. It's well done. I agree with the comments that were made about that this is a, quote, West Side look. And it's not easy to shoehorn 40 units into 1 acre, but they've done it in a way that is modern and attractive. And I also agree with the comment about location, that this is indeed an A-plus location for a project like this. Same time, I have concerns about this. This certainly isn't your fault, Mr. Friedman. The math that's in the law is maddening. 3 units is not 10% of 40. It's 7.5%. So 92.5% of the units here. We're saying, oh, it's great, we're doing some affordable housing, and we are. But let's be clear, we're doing 3 units of that and 37 units of market rate, which means that 92+% of this project is market rate. So I don't know how much of a dent we're putting into a very real affordable housing problem that we have. The other thing I'm wrestling with is a comment Mr. Friedman made about this being appropriate in this location. I'd be the first to agree if we were talking about a project that was south of Wilshire in Santa Monica, for example, between 4th Street and Lincoln, or maybe even west of there. This would be a very appropriate project to the location. But the thing I hear over and over from residents, and when asked why do they want to live in Thousand Oaks, it not only does it not look like Santa Monica, it doesn't look like the valley. It has this unique, and even one of our council resolutions says, quote, semi-rural character. And this is a very urban project. There's nothing wrong with that. I grew up in buildings like that. I don't think they're bad things, but I wonder whether about the appropriate, and I don't agree about whether this is appropriate for the location. This is a location certainly that needs improvement. The question is whether a, quote, West Side look and whether shoehorning 40 units into a 1 acre space is an appropriate thing to do. That's not something I can support. I understand that this is legal. I'm not questioning that. I'm not questioning the math. That's what's in the law. That's what the law requires. This is an R30 location. It's supposed to have 30 units. The law allows these exemptions that let you put up to 40, and that's what you've done. So I'm not questioning the legality of this. I'm questioning the appropriateness of this in the Thousand Oaks community. So I wish you well with the project. I think you have a majority. I'm going to be in the minority and not support this, but I do think you've done a good job here. I just don't think it's appropriate for the spirit of our community and preserving the way our community looks, which is why people want to live here. Are there any other comments? Okay, please vote.
Motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Newman opposed.
Okay, thank you. And as usual, there is a 10-day appeal period. Any aggrieved party can appeal this decision to the Community Development Department. Moving on to our next item. All right. Mr. Heers reminded me that it's almost 11, so we should make a motion. Do we have a motion to continue the meeting past 11? We do still have a few items left.
So moved.
Is that sufficient? All right. Okay. If please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Next up is Community Development Department reports and referrals. Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Chair. Just some updates as far as your upcoming schedules. If you look at item 7B or 7A, you'll see a calendar here, and the meetings of October 24th and October 31st are actually canceled. So our next Planning Commission hearing date will actually be November 21st, and we have several items up that night. We have a study session for the forestry element of the general plan scheduled for that night. Also, for the Lexus dealership out in the Auto Mall, there's a request to allow the retention of light standards on top of the vehicle storage deck out there, which were placed without approval. And then the big project that night is actually a subdivision and new home construction known as the Shackett project. This is on the north side of Lynn Road, just east of Kelly Road. It's a actually the development is up over the initial ridge line along Lynn Road. There's kind of a bowl area there. There are some oak trees involved with the project and so forth. We've been working with various potential builders on the site for several years. Initially, we were looking at maybe 12 or 13 lots out there. They've scaled it back to 4 now, so they're getting ready to proceed forward. And in your packet distribution, you also received the draft environmental document for your review also. So the project's scheduled for the 21st. And then looking at upcoming council items on the meeting of November 24th is scheduled the appeal of the Selvin Properties project, which the commission reviewed not too long ago, actually right after the August recess on August 29th. The applicant has appealed the decision of the commission. The key point on this project is the proposal for solar panels to be placed in the architectural awnings of the buildings, and then also on a mansard roof areas of the proposed patio enclosures. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to minutes and resolutions. Are there any comments about either? Commissioner Nichols.
Mr. Chair, just one correction for the minutes for the meeting of September 12, 2016 on page 128. The third line says, with Commissioners Alexander, McMahon, Newman, Nichols, Pletcher, and Vice Chairman Newman. The first Newman should be removed and just leave the Vice Chair Newman. And with that correction, I would like to go ahead and move approval and acceptance of the minutes of September 12th and the resolutions of September 12th, 2016.
Comments? Please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. So do we have any AB 1234 reports? Okay, now we come to commission comments, and Commissioner Alexander wanted to bring up an issue.
Thank you. This evening's conversation about parking and the fact that our hands are somewhat tied leads me to ask that the commission authorize staff to come up with some alternatives to a one-size-fits-all conversation when it comes to guest parking or the whole conversation that we had tonight about the state says that you get these benefits if you put together a affordable portion, and all of a sudden you don't have guest parking. And I don't, first off, Mr. Hare, I understand what you've said, but I also understand that common sense says every one of these properties is going to need guest parking. And the fact that we don't plan for them now, and we don't have the conversation now to try and figure it out, only convinces me that we're ignoring reality, and the future residents are not going to have what they need. So I don't have an answer as to how to fix it, other than having listened to staff and how they do the calculations of the number of units and the percentages and the whole game says that, to me, there's more than one way to skin the cat. The only way to know is for staff to take a look at it. And in that regard, I think we need to ask that happen. And it's especially pertinent considering the fact that the Boulevard plan essentially ignores the same issue and would in fact create the same kind of problem. Now, there are alternatives, and I understand several. For example, Mr. Friedman said about, well, you know, there's City Hall parking, and the fact that the contractor next door uses the top floor for a lot of his workers. There's more than one way to get the job done, but I think it's important for us to demand that we have the tools to get it done correctly. And right now, the tools, in my view, are tying our hands. So that's my request, is that the commission ask for that kind of evaluation.
And Chair, if I may, and I usually will not jump into commission comments, but for this one, as I said earlier, my theme tonight is understanding the global concept for the state, I should say, the state concept of affordable housing and the need for it. And I think in reflection on this case, on this project, and looking at the various statutes and looking at state law, I think it is clear that when the state is looking at incentives and looking at trying to increase affordable housing, they are not looking at Thousand Oaks. They are looking at massive cities such as Los Angeles. San Jose is a great example, Northern California, and some of the Silicon Valley areas where housing is at a premium. And at this time, in this political climate, they are taking every step they can to push that mandate. and that includes various incentives, including the incentives we talked about tonight with parking. And so you have that struggle of the state trying to address one issue and the impact of that law that they're approving can have different effects on different communities, and some would say it's very negative against Thousand Oaks in the sense of how our city operates and how well I think we plan our city compared to some other cities. And some would argue there should be more incentives to build more affordable housing, and there's a need in every city. And so you have this balancing act that every city has to do, but also you have the state mandate. And I will just inform you that I've had several conversations with outside counsel and consultants during the last week just on this topic alone, because it is a struggle when we look at the rules and they're being amended right now. It's a hot button topic, frankly, to try to help clarify this need for affordable housing and the impacts it can have. I will tell you again, and staff isn't here, but we went over this calculation numerous times. I went over it numerous times with them because I'm trying to make sure I understand the math, because I wasn't getting the math myself. And also the logic or the reasoning. I shouldn't say it's logical, but the reasoning behind some of the decisions for the statutes that give some of the incentives that don't make sense in one aspect. And I think for Thousand Oaks, it might not make sense for us because we're very strong in our planning. We're very strong on being focused on making sure our projects are good. With that said, I will also, again, without overemphasizing this, and I don't think I can, it is a very, very, very strong mandate for affordable housing. And when we talk about, it's not just affordable housing, frankly, it's actually housing. And so you mentioned the fact that with three very, very low income units, he, in a sense, got 7 extra units. But that's actually 7 more units of housing. And as Mr. Town told me today, the state's not only concerned about affordable housing, they're also concerned about making sure there's enough housing. And housing is a premium here in this state for a lot of reasons. So they're meeting that mandate as well. They're not only allowing for affordable housing, they're allowing for housing in and of itself. And they're giving incentives for developers to jump in and try to do something for that. And they get some, again, you can argue both sides, but you would say, I think today, you get some incredible bonuses for doing that and taking that step. With that said, and I know I'm rambling here, but with that said, I would say that staff is looking at this issue because it is something that has just been amended as of late September of this year. There's been a new amendment, and in the last week, I've had a number of discussions, as I said, with various attorneys on this issue, because we need to get an understanding of what the new impact is on this. And you are right, maybe the decision is going to be we should be going to the state level and saying this is how it's impacting us, and can we try to modify it in some way. And I don't know how those modifications could take. We certainly can look at that. I don't know if there's a very direct way we can address this today, just because I know that it's ever-changing right now, and the amendments, some of them have not even gone into effect until January of 2017.
Well, I understand everything you've said. I don't buy it. And the reason I don't buy it is because, back to there's more than one way to skin the cat. The parking issue and affordable housing and more housing, like it or not, are hand in glove, because there's nobody that shows up in Thousand Oaks on a bus and moves in and never has a car and never parks and never has to worry about that. It's not who we are. So my point is, I think staff has to look at how do we solve the problem. Maybe the recommendation from staff is we need public parking. And we need public parking in a particular central area based on where we anticipate having the high density parking or the high density housing. Maybe it's a matter of redoing the math. I'm not trying to solve the problem tonight. All I'm trying to do is get somebody to look at it without the broad brush approach, because that's what the state's done to us. That's typical government. We're better than that. We just got to be smarter, and it just means working through it and thinking about it. That's all. That's all I'm asking for.
And I appreciate that. And I would say, again, I will understand what you were saying as well. I will also just add that as a component of affordable housing, one of the factors that they look at for this issue is the proximity of mass transit, the proximity without barriers, if you will, to the availability of mass transit of a major line. And so you look at Teal Boulevard, and that is a factor for the analysis when you look at affordable housing. So if you were to ask me, is the state trying to come up with rules that, in a sense, force more people to consider mass transit? The answer is absolutely correct. They are. You look at it with the EIR, environmental documents. You look at it with this legislation. They are trying to push that as a need and as a requirement in different ways. But I understand your comments, and I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if I have a timetable to come back to you as a board and as a commission, I should say, and give you an update, because I don't know how I will update it. But I think what I will do is I'll work with Mr. Shepard, and we will come up with, if we can look at how the laws change in the last or the next 6 months, because we're going to have some time of period for this amendment to go through, that we can bring some solutions. And I understand the parking garage is one of those possibilities as well.
Mr. Here, if I may, I understand that there are requirements imposed on cities by the state with regard to affordable housing that deal with percentages and allocations and all that. I'm less clear on whether those same regulations prohibit planning commissions at the city level from adding requirements for parking on their own. Like if we determine that there's insufficient parking for an application, can we say, no, we think you need to have 4 more spaces or X more spaces somewhere else?
Okay, I think the quick answer is no. What's interesting, and I had put it away, but in the most recent section, one of the main sections regarding this issue, Government Code Section 65915, with all these requirements, there's actually a paragraph that's been added that actually reads, and I'm going to paraphrase, but if the city wants to actually make it even easier with less parking than that requirement, and say either no parking or even less ratio of parking compared to units, they can do that, but they can't demand more.
Okay, so this is a city council issue. We don't make policy here, we implement it. But this is my request as an implementer of policy. I want to strongly echo and concur with Commissioner Alexander's comments. I don't think one of the comments that Mr. Friedman made is terribly realistic. Oh, they'll ride bicycles everywhere. I'd love to see that as a cyclist. I'd love nothing more. The economics of this is that people who can afford, let's leave the affordable housing units aside for a moment. The reality is that the people who can afford market rate apartments in town have jobs. Typically, it's dual income. So they're both going to be driving to those jobs in the vast majority, which means they're going to be putting more cars in the street. Now here, they do have places to park here, but they also need to go buy groceries. They need to run other errands around town. So the question I'm asking is, given that framework, given that this is California, given that everyone has a car, given that the number of trips and the amount of parking we're going to need is going to go up, not down, as we address our housing requirements, affordable and market rate. what are our options as implementers to address the parking requirements that are going to increase over time?
Well, I think you've addressed a couple of issues that are, in a sense, reflective of the Downtown Boulevard specific plan and the concept that we are trying to get more people to think of this as a beautiful destination for walking and widening the sidewalks and having this more of a downtown atmosphere. That is something that I think we are pushing for, and I think that's been the direction of the citizens and City Council listening to those concerns. Again, I'm not trying to. I guess I'm providing a bleak picture with the state. Certainly it is going to be necessary for this to happen at a state level, because I think the mandate from the state level has been very clear, and again the impact is it could impact Thousand Oaks and cities of our style and our demographics in a much harsher way than it would in other cities. I'm going to tell you that many cities probably love the state mandate because it is providing an ability to get more units in a structure, because you don't have to fill them with extra parking spaces. And I'm not saying that's correct. I'm not saying that doesn't impact all of us because of the fact that most people in California do drive. And I understand that. What I'm telling you is that this law has a very strong public purpose for what the state has mandated for affordable housing, and that is a very, very difficult mandate to overcome with our concerns. So I certainly support looking into efforts we can have to see if there's some type of mitigation efforts to lower some of these standards to make them more reasonable with common sense approaches. And again, I say common sense based upon I agree with your reasoning. I'm not saying that the state authors of these affordable housing statutes would agree with that, but certainly it's something that we can be looking at in an effort to try to address some of the concerns that you voiced tonight. Your concerns are not unique per se, but I think, again, with our size of our city and the way that we operate it certainly has an impact to Thousand Oaks residents and Thousand Oaks style of planning compared to many other cities in our state.
Okay, is there an action item here? Are we?
There can't be an action item, but I will just tell you that I've heard you, and again, I hate to reiterate it, but going through this project with Ms. Pedroso and Mr. Shepard and Ms. Noonan and Mr. Town, and frankly some other staff members as well. It is a very tough issue to address. It's we put ourselves in a situation where we are having to give up items that normally we would think as just basic good planning practice. And again, we're trumped by that very strong mandate for affordable housing. So what I would suggest is that you've given us some instruction. I think we can maybe look into this and see what options we have to talk to state representatives and maybe address it in that way. I would hate to give you a specific timetable, nor would I want to have you give me some, hey, we want this done by a certain time, just because we have some recent amendments on this very issue that are just going to go into effect at the end of the beginning of next year. And I think they've created such a turmoil that there might be frankly, some desire to, hey, we should recorrect this because it's too harsh.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I'd just like to make one other point, and that is that the driving force for the intensity of residential units is not to do good unless you count profit margin in your pocket as doing good, because it's all about the cost of land and who makes the money. And this city a long time ago looked at that whole concept and said, that's not how we're going to do it. And what we have is a result of people who said, we're taking a strong stand. And as I was told when I came to town, if you can't stand to do business here because you think it's too expensive, get out of line because somebody's behind you that wants the spot. Nothing's changed except the state mandate. But that doesn't mean we have to give up. And Mr. Hare, believe me, I recognize your frustration. All I'm saying is do what you said. You're going to look at it, you're going to talk about it, you're going to kick it around. If we got to do it again, that's fine. But the ones that are driving this right now are that gentleman that was sitting out there saying, okay, I just used the law to make myself an extra 10 units. And in the process, I eliminated parking. And that's not my problem because the law said I could do it. We got to get around that issue of profit. Profit incentive will always be there. We have to make sure it's done correctly for the citizens. That's our job. So do your best.
And I appreciate that. My last comment on this, and hopefully I won't talk again tonight, is that this project with 3 units is such a minor type of project compared to, think of, I'll just say San Jose just because I'm from that area and I've been up there recently and seen some of the massive need of housing. And so they've put in this statewide rule, but they're really addressing some major cities, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, San Diego. And what they've done is, if you think of these massive projects, this is where they're going to get affordable housing in a large ratio. These rules are not made for in my opinion, this is just my opinion, for 3 very low income units out of 30 and 40 units. That's not what this push was for. It's for these massive cities with massive housing issues and concerns. But with that said, I will certainly take your comments and recommendations to heart and see what we can do as far as having some discussions with state levels and seeing if there's some room to maybe modify these things so they're not as they don't result in no parking for visitors, for example.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Just very briefly, I think we should look at, for a start, as we march along implementing the Boulevard specific plan. I believe Mr. Meridian stood before us some months ago and said there's 1,100 underutilized parking spaces along the boulevard. And I think as we march along, implementing issues with regard to mixed-use housing, while we can't mandate restrictions on the individual properties should they have low-income places that they want to put in, the city itself can look at what do we do with those 1,100 underutilized spaces and how do we make those the most effective for the city. That's just my 2 cents just on the general issue, and I'll pass it back to the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pletcher. Yeah, 2 things. On the policy part, the further, there's a quote from Mr. Friedman tonight. He said, quote, "This is for the greater good." And that's in conflict with what Commissioner Alexander rightly points out is essentially 7 or 10, depending on how you count, units of profit. That's certainly for Mr. Friedman's good. Whether it's for the greater good, I'm less sure. That's a policy issue. That's out of scope for what we as a commission can discuss tonight. What we can request, as staff, we all agree we need more housing. We all agree, I hope, that we need more affordable housing. As staff brings more housing applications to us, help us deal with where all the cars are going to go. As Commissioner Pletcher says, maybe it's utilizing that 1,100 spaces more efficiently. Maybe it's something else. I don't know what the answer is, but there are going to be more requests for housing, and that means there are going to be more cars. And it's up to us as a commission to figure out where to put them. Are there any other comments this evening? All right. Then we are adjourned until November 21st. Good evening, Thousand Oaks.
What you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle, now taking riders to the Moore Park Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Is it good? You want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a
Thank you again for being here. There's a really special soloist today. See? Matthew Chen. You can read about his bio. He's won, like every award there is to win, and he just won the other night that we didn't get into the program. He had received at Oaks Christian Commencement the Dallas Price Van Breda Artistic Expression Award, and he is the first graduate in the history of Oaks Christian to attend the Juilliard School of Music. So we're really proud of that. There's 32 graduates today, and I could probably talk 15, 20 minutes about each one, and probably longer than that. Got a lot of stories about these people. But one little story about Matthew, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you this story, but when he was in the third grade, he couldn't really sit in the chair because he was too small. So he didn't want to sit on the stool. And he kept telling his dad, I want to sit on the stool. He said, I have to sit on the stool because you're not big enough. So we're not really sure. We think he's been around for 11 years, 9 years. We're not sure. He's just been here forever. He holds the distinction of being a section leader, one of the youngest section leaders for the longest time. So without further ado, Matthew Chen. Well, since we have two wonderful seniors here, Matthew and Cameron are going to do a little encore for you. And this is the Passacaglia by Halverson. Wow. There's nothing else I can say. If I could get Michelle Bowman to come out. I forgot something. Karen, would you please come out here? Michelle has been a faithful board member and supporter for a long time. I believe it's back to 2002. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Europe. We've been to Hawaii. We've had so much fun. And the plaque says, with our appreciation, Michelle Bowman, thank you for your service as the president from 2010 to 2014 and your contributions to inspiring youth through music. Thank you, Michelle.
I couldn't do this without the support of the board of directors. I couldn't do this without the support of the volunteers. And I certainly would never have gotten involved had it not been for Bill Benson and Karen, my son David, who recently graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in music performance. I don't play an instrument. I play spreadsheets. I can play a typewriter pretty good. But I really do appreciate this, and it's been a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
That was the La Gazza Ladra overture from the opera. And the opera, I've read it, and it's so convoluted, and it's about a bird that comes down and steals a silver spoon, and they blame somebody in town for doing it, and they're getting ready to prosecute him, and I don't know, maybe cut his head off, who knows. But the bird comes back and drops the spoon, and everything ends beautifully. So that's the story. Now we're going to play for you the most important four notes ever written in the history of music. Okay? Fate Knocking at the Door. What we'll do is we'll play the first movement, then we'll announce our seniors, our graduates, and then we'll end with the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Enjoy this, because we've had a lot of fun learning it and playing it. You're going to have a lot of fun hearing it. If my dear friend and colleague, Karen Sanchez, would come out, she's going to help me this year for a number of reasons. Biggest reason is I'm a big crybaby. So we're going to announce each name, years they've been in the orchestra, school they're going to, and their majors. And they're going to stand up, and if we'd like to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight, let's hold our applause until they're all up. Graduates, stand up and stand, and we'll give a big thundering applause at the end. Okay, here we go. Karen, you start. I'm trying to breathe.
Take your time. Haley Gaidos, 5 years, UC Berkeley, English major.
Alexandria Elia, 3 years, University of St. Andrews in Scotland, neuroscience.
Braxton Lazar, 5 years, University of Arizona, electrical and computer engineering.
Aiden Saito, 4 years, La Sierra University, chemistry.
John Sotoli, 6 years, UCSB, physics.
Matthew Chin, 9, 10, 11, we're not sure, years, the Juilliard School of Music, cello performance.
Justin Buchanan, 3 years, UCLA, pre-med.
Alicia Carducci, 4 years, UCSB, political science.
Min Kwan, 5 years, Yale University, economics.
Soheil Bami, 9 years, UC Berkeley, computer science and engineering.
Okay. James Arndt, 1 year, Arizona State University, chemical engineering.
Ryan Swanson, 3 years, UC Davis, animal sciences.
Bryce Kramer, 4 years, University of Massachusetts, music performance.
Gavin Wright, 2 years, New England Conservatory, trumpet performance.
Gary Babbage, 2 years, Moorpark College, Electrical Engineering.
Kamale King, 1 year, UC Santa Cruz, Bioengineering.
Tucker Bose, 5 years, Cal State Channel Islands, History.
Braxton Torres, 3 years, Cal Arts, Bassoon Performance.
Amy Lee, 3 years, UC Berkeley, Chemical Engineering.
Jenna Brown Route, 2 years, American University Public Health.
Sophie Seymour, 4 years, Loyola Marymount University, Business Administration.
Margaret Harrison, 2 years, University of the Pacific, Music Therapy.
Jared Schnapper, 4.5 years, UC Berkeley, Biological Sciences and Neurobiology.
Kevin Lee, 7 years, Boston College, undecided.
Vincent Chang, 11 years, UC Irvine, Computer Science.
Don't. Alan Chin, 5 years, Cornell University, Policy Analyst and Management. This one's a hard one. You want me to do it?
Yes.
She can't do this one. Ryan Legault, 11 years, CSUN, Music and Psychology.
Thank you. Okay, J.L. Minor, 4 years, Pepperdine University, Psychology.
McKenna Coker, 9 years, Wheaton College, English.
Cameron Daly, 6 years, Yale University, Global Affairs.
Joshua Lai, 6 years, UCLA, Linguistics and Computer Science.
Sean Tundrikian, 4 years, Santa Monica College, undecided.
Kate Draper, 2 years, Dickinson College, the Classics. And we have one more. We have one of our coaches, longtime coaches, been with us forever, who is just graduated, David Bowman, as a graduate of Cal State Northridge in music double bass performance. There's our graduates. Could a big round of applause. It was fate. Okay, we're gonna finish our program with the last movement of the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Hope you've enjoyed the concert. Please mark the date, November 2nd, for our big concert with the four preps and the cornets. It will be a hoot, I guarantee it. So we've enjoyed you coming. Thank you all for being here and supporting us. And now, the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58. Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Isn't it good? You want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
I love Southern California. There's something for
When
everyone.
I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see
I
mountains.
just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're gonna start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble. And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Thousand Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.